Hello, 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 hello. This is Rex Red today, and I am back with another tutorial in DAZ Studio. We are EZ3DTV. Today I'm going to try and deliver a promise that I started out with yesterday. And yesterday I came on and did a video, and it was called Creating Shadows with HDRI. And as the video progressed, it became evident that I couldn't figure out how to do that. And it wasn't necessarily that, but the video evolved into something more like, what is the difference between hard and soft shadows, and how do you create hard and soft shadows? And that became something that I set out to test. And now all of this was something that I had planned before I started the video. I had planned to set up a very kind of immaculate lighting setup, so that, like, with a sphere and with a light, and to create a very pristine, I guess, I'm not coming up with the right words today, kind of lighting environment, so that I could test lighting and make some definite conclusions about lighting and how lighting works. And so my setup test bed was with a distant light, a spotlight, and a point light, and we also went with a linear point light. And at this point, I ended up with conclusions that were so close and yet so far. And that's the only way, because here is our distant light, and notice the shadow here of the distant light. Here is our spotlight, and notice the shadow of our spotlight. They're all hard shadows. Notice our point light here, and there's the shadow of our point light, and here is our linear point light. And so they all four of them gave me the exact same shadows. It's like, okay, well, that means that soft shadows don't exist because these are all of the lights that I could think to use, and the distance light being like the sun far, far, far away. It's like a distant light is just like that. It's this gigantic light, but it's so far away that it's small. It's like a tiny speck in the sky, but it's so far away. And the spotlight and the point light and the linear light were all very up close, and I figured, well, I should be able to create these soft shadows with these lights. And I couldn't, if any light could possibly do it, of all of these lights, create soft shadows, possibly the spotlight, and I haven't really figured out how to do that with the spotlight yet. And so, and then I brought the light higher and lower, and what seems obvious anyway is when the light gets lower and to the subject, the shadows get longer, and when the light gets higher, the shadow gets shorter. So, and that was what I figured, just like obvious, that things are going to get longer when the light gets lower, and it's just something that anybody would probably guess if asked about how to make long and short shadows. So then I went into working with the scene in the distant light and creating some very just a scene with lights. And at that point, I pretty much dropped the whole idea of how do we get soft shadows. And so this video, last night I spent hours researching and doing all kinds of work to try and figure out how do I get soft shadows. And so we're going to now go with a square light. And there is our soft shadow. Okay? And so if you look at the shadow here, it's soft. And there is our... And is it because the light is square? No, it has nothing to do with the light being square. Okay, so what we're going to do is look at the perspective view. And now our linear point light is on. Turn that off. And we're going to take and select our sphere here and back off a little bit. And in this scene, you will see somewhere here we have, where's the square light? Oh, it's probably so small. No, it's not small. Let's see. Let's go into our texture shaded mode. Okay, there it is. There's our square light. Okay. So this is why we have this is how you create a soft shadow. So this tutorial, we're going to go into two different aspects. So I'm going to quickly show you how to get soft shadows. And then we're going to go into the tone mapper options and discuss lighting intensity. Okay? And now lighting intensity is not something I understand completely, and I'm on the fence right now about exactly how to approach lighting intensity. But it seemed to be now of the mind that that the default values that DAZ gives us for lighting intensity are probably really high. And if somebody disagrees with that and somebody wants to come into the comments of this video and explain their philosophy on lighting intensity, and then please do, because that's what this is all about. It's about learning, and it doesn't matter. So you can disagree with me about lighting intensity. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You are just in time to learn about how to create hard and soft shadows. Yesterday I kind of promised that I would show you how to create hard and soft shadows, and I was unable to do that. Okay, now it seems as though my chat is not selected. Let's see, live chat. Angus is here. Welcome, welcome, Angus. So as you can see here, when I go into Iray, we have I have to do this way. We have a soft shadow, okay? Now, yesterday I went into many different kinds of lights. We did the spotlight, we did the distant light, we did the point light, we did the linear light. We did all of these lights, and I couldn't. Now, here is a hard shadow. See, so these are very different. And why does this, and okay, I didn't mean to do that. We'll put that out here. Why is this is a distant light, this is the spotlight. All of these are creating hard shadows. And they're all nearly identical. It's like, it's really strange. That one has a little more intensity, but it's the same idea. And so why would the sunlight, which is billions of miles away, create the same exact hard shadow as a point light that is right up close? Okay, and they both have the same intensity, so it's going to look, well, I have two lights on at the same time here now. So let's say the distant light, here's our distant light, and here is our linear point light. And they're both creating the same hard shadow. So what's the deal? How do you make a soft shadow? So proximity is not how you do it, okay? It's not saying, okay, well, if the light's far enough away, it will create a soft shadow. Wrong, okay? That's not how you do it. A soft shadow is, now this point light has got to be here. Okay. So when we switch to this square light, now we have a soft shadow, and I think I have two lights on here. Okay, yeah. So here's our square light, and now we have this beautiful soft shadow. And it's not because the light is square, okay? It is not because the light is square. It's because the light has more area, okay? And if you look at this light, and the larger, now we're going to go into this, this square light, okay? Now as you see, this light, the larger that I make the light, okay, we're going to scale it up. The larger that I make the light, the softer the shadow becomes. Okay, so that is very soft right there. Okay, now when we bring the light smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, okay, that's a little harder. And we bring the light in tiny like this, then we have the same exact hard light. And so this is why I couldn't get any soft light, because all of these light sources are points. The spotlight comes from a single point. The distant light is a little teeny pinpoint in the sky, even though it's very, very, so it's like a big black sky with a little teeny point light that is in the sky that is coming down here and causing, so, and the linear point light is the same thing. It's all coming from a point, and even though it's spreading out, it's still, intensity is in that point. So that's why these shadows. So we take the square light. Okay, why? What's in here? Oh, the square light properties. Okay. So the answer to how you make a soft shadow is not distance, it's width and size of the light. So the square light, when you take this square light, and so we have a hard shadow because the square light is a little point. But when we make the square light large, so it covers a very large area, suddenly we have the most beautiful soft shadow. And that's how you make a soft shadow, is with width. And so if the sun were right up close like the moon, and it was putting off light in a large way, then all the shadows on Earth would be soft. But because the sun is this little teeny dot that's billions of miles away, then it's going to create hard shadows because it's only a little dot in the sky, even though it's such a huge light and it's so massive, but it's only a dot. And the moon, when the moon is really gigantic in the sky and like it's covering a huge portion of the sky, and the sun is reflecting off the moon and the moon is reflecting onto the earth, the moon is going to cast soft shadows like this because it's such a gigantic light. It's a big, big light. So you're not going now the spotlight, I assume there's a way to spread the light, and it's not just by making the light that outer part wide, because that doesn't seem to do it, because the spotlight is still coming from a little point, and it's shining down into and it's focusing on this. So here's our spotlight. We have this soft light because it's such a large square. Okay, we look at this and it's a very large square coming down and shining. This light, this equal amount of light here is there. It's one big gigantic. So you end up with this really big soft light from this. But the spotlight is still coming from a point within the light. So we turn this on and turn these off. And you see our spotlight is still coming from this very point. And I haven't figured out yet a way to make the spotlight, to widen it and make it into something that creates soft shadows. I believe there's possibly a way to do it, but I just don't know what setting it is yet. I haven't had time to figure that out. I did try last night. I tried all kinds of different, making it wide and changing the beam exponential and the intensity and all of that. And I haven't figured it out yet, but it's obvious why the spotlight creates a hard shadow. And the reason why is because it's coming from a point, a little teeny point, and it's focusing that beam. And that is the same with our point light here. Okay, I just keep dragging these into different places. That is the same with our point light. Our point light is a point. And so it's coming from a point. It's not coming from a wide surface. And the same thing with the distant light. The distant light might be as big as the sun, but it's still only a little point in the sky. Where are we? All right, well, I've got the ground, I think, in the way here. I can't see the sun. Oh, this is the distant light. You can't see the distant light. The distant light is invisible. And the same goes for your HDR, okay? So remember when I made the HDRs and I put some bigger lights, some bigger suns? You'd have to have a really big, gigantic square patch in the sky. So the smaller the sun is in your HDR, the harder your shadows will be. So you just make sure that that's very wide and all. So there is this is the that's how you make now hard shadows. I must have two lights on at once or something. I'm doing something here because suddenly I've lost my shadows and all. Or I'm upside down, or I think I'm upside down here. Front. Okay, so this is how that's how you make hard shadows. Is you just make your light wider. Okay, and so it covers a larger area like this square light here. And it's not because the light is square, again, it's because it's wide, okay? It's because it's wide. And yes, theoretically, if you had a round light, if you take a round plane, like a cylinder, and you make that cylinder one big light on the surface, and you make it large, it's going to create the same soft shadow. So it's not because it's square, it's because it covers a gigantic... what's better for ambient lighting, HDR or making the ceiling a light source? The ceiling would be better, okay? Because the ceiling would be a gigantic light. It would be a big light. It wouldn't be coming from, see, because ambient lighting is going to create soft shadows, Habib. Welcome, Habib, by the way. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for showing up. The ceiling, making the ceiling into a light source would create very soft shadows because it's not coming from a point. Okay, now your HDRI is going to have a certain area, maybe a sun in it. Okay, and it all depends on the structure that the HDRI has to travel through. So if you were to send the HDRI like through a screen or something where the screen was bouncing the light and diffusing the light, or send it through a maze or something like that where it's coming in through some sort of portal into your scene, where it's diffused, where the light is bouncing all over and it becomes diffused. Well, yes, then technically an entire wall could be that, you know, a gigantic doorway could be the same as the ceiling. So it's a matter of surface area. How big is your light? How wide is it? And so the wider the light, the more ambient lighting it's going to be. And if it's a point, and usually an HDR is a point. Usually an HDR lighting is a little point, like a spotlight or a point light or a linear point or a distant light. They're all points, okay? So they're going to create a hard shadow. So what you need to do is if you want your HDR to be very ambient, make the whole sky white. And then you've got this light coming from every single angle. So, you know, I would say, you know, it all depends on how the light gets into the room, okay? Because you got to have walls in the room, or theoretically it's not a room. So making the ceiling into a light source is the best way to get this even lighting that doesn't have any hard shadows at all. So if that's what the effect you're looking for, I would turn the ceiling into a light source. Now, if you take the ceiling out, then what you need to do is you have to make your HDRI into, and if you want to just use the sky and just say, well, you know, you can't tell, there's no ceiling here, okay, then you have to pick an HDRI that doesn't have like a sun, a little point sun in the middle. You have to have an HDRI that's all like white, or that's all, so that you have this gigantic surface area, a wide light. So it's not coming from a point. That's the whole point of it, is so that your light isn't coming from this little point that's in, or that's going to create hard shadows. Okay? I hope that explains that, okay? So if you use the sun, if you use an HDRI as your ambient lighting source, you have to have an all-white HDRI, Okay, and then you just turn it down. So now the next thing we're going to do, okay, so that's part one. I hope I explained in this why. Now, I don't know if you saw this when you came in, but I'm going to show you. See, this is giving us a soft light. This is what I would call ambient light, okay? Now we take this square, all right, and we just scale it down into a little teeny point, okay, into a little teeny point, and now we have a hard light. Okay, so if your HDRI is a little teeny point of light in the sky, you're going to get you're not going to get ambient light. You're going to get hard shadows. And ambient light, to me, is light that's bouncing all around and bouncing in every direction. So when you scale this out very, very large, it's into a surface area of light, then you have light bouncing around so much that it's bouncing in and softening the shadow here. And that would be, so it's all a matter of which one you like better, which one works the best, makes your scene look the best. So you can try both, and probably at some point turning the ceiling into a light or turning the sky into a light, you know, making the whole sky white, you probably could achieve about the, you know, turn the intensity down and dicker with some of the, and create the exact same scene from both scenarios, as long as the entire sky is not coming from one point in the sky. Because if it is coming from one point, then you will have hard shadows in your room. It's going to create a nice, maybe some ambience, but it's going to mostly go towards the hard shadows, these hard shadows, because it's all coming from one point. It is theoretically coming from a point. But if that point is like the whole quadrant of the sky, well, then if it's a big area of light in the sky, then you may end up with some soft shadows and all. So we go hard. The large light is soft shadows. And so you can't really achieve these soft shadows with a point light because it's coming from a point. No, because if you change the geometry in light, like if you go into a light and say, okay, I tried that, the point light, okay, let's say this spotlight. If I change the spotlight from a point into a sphere or into a plane, it's still a little teeny sphere, okay? It's still a little teeny plane. And now and I don't know a lot about how, you know, you would resize that source, that sphere or plane or all of that, because I haven't figured out how to resize it. So yeah, it's coming from a sphere, and only if you resize that, like the cylinder, and make it large like this. So if it's just shooting out from a little teeny sphere or a little teeny plane or a little teeny cube, it's going to create the same exact kind of hard shadows. So it's not really doing much difference until you make that sphere or that. So if I were to take a sphere here and do the same thing, resize the sphere and make it very large here and set the intensity just right, it would create soft shadows. If I set the sphere tiny and resized it and made it tiny but made it very intense, it would create hard shadows. So it's the size of your source. It's not the shape of the source. It's the size of the source. So I haven't been able to figure out how to take the spotlight, and I know how to change it to a square or a I mean a cylinder or a sphere, but how to resize that sphere so that it's large. I think there is a way to do it, but I'm not sure exactly, because changing the light source into, say, a cylinder, it would imply that you could then resize that into, and turn up the intensity and make this gigantic cylinder spotlight into a gigantic cylinder. I haven't figured out how to do that, because the spotlight still focuses. It has that center core thing, that circle in the center, and I've not found a way to resize that. I can make it longer and like a tube, a long tube. I can I can resize the outside, the spread of it, but resizing that little center thing, and even if you zoom out, it's so focused that you have to zoom out like a lot to just like make it even a little bit bigger. Yeah, under the shape tab in the distant in the point light. Yeah, so I know where it is that you can change the size. Okay, let's go to our spotlight. You see, it's not the shape, it's the size of that shape. So you go here into light geometry, okay? And so you go and you got rectangles, disc, square, sphere, okay? Shape, okay, so we go into like disc. It's the same shadow, you see? So you're not getting any ambience here, any change of ambience, because you've got the same exact hard shadow. And if you switch it to sphere, it's the same thing. You have to change the size of it. Now I think there's a way to show that sphere, and I think there's a way right under that tap. Okay, we have sphere, height. We have height, diameter. Okay, let's go 500. Let's make this real big, 500. Okay, now this this on diameter, width, diameter. Let's go 20. Okay, so let's go 200. Okay, so this is changing the size of, and now we have a soft shadow. All right, so this is theoretic. If you could see the sphere, and there's a way to show it. I'm not sure exactly. Let's see. Parameters, hidden. I believe that I've seen it before, where you can actually see the sphere, the size of the sphere. When you make the geometry larger on your spotlight, and you can do that also with the point light. So this is the way you can take a point light and make it soft, is just by making the source. What you're doing is you're making the source, instead of a point, you're giving it geometry and making it larger. So that was a very big help, showing me this height thing. And I would imagine width is part of it too. So let's go 100 here on the width, and height 100, and let's go to 200, and width and height. And yeah, that's softening this light. So changing it from a point into this into any of these shapes, and then giving it size, is going to give us and then changing the size here underneath will give us a soft light. And that is very, very helpful in how this works. Now, also, you have your distant light. Now, do we have the same thing here with that? Shadow type. Now, see, the distant light doesn't allow you to change its... We just have the deep map. It doesn't give you the ability to change its size or geometry. So you're stuck with hard shadows with the distant light, and the distant light is tiny. So the only way, there's a way to show that sphere. I don't know how to do it. Spotlight. We go into the spotlight. Now, the same thing with our point light. We'll turn off this, and let's go to our point light. I believe you can also, I think I've got to have two of these on because we got a lot of light coming from this point light. I guess that's okay. Now, the point light, I believe you can also change the geometry. Yes, so we can change it to, say, a disc. Let's see, a rectangle. And, okay, well, let's go more with something like a disc. Oh, it's pointing to us. We have the point light two-sided. Let's go two-sided. Well, it's right in the center of its side. So let's rotate this so that it's like this. That would be 90 degrees. Let's see. Would this be 180? Okay, so now we have this point light, and we go down to the point light, and we give the point light geometry. So we give it turn it into a disc, and then we go to change this to like 200, and we change this to 200. Oh, and it's actually showing the disc. I'm not sure why this one is showing. The point light is actually showing the disc. So now that we have this, disc, and now we have a soft shadow, and on our sphere. And if we go like back to 10 or something, and 10 here, then we have a hard shadow again. So it's very nice that we can use these lights. So another answer to you, Habib, that you have been very, very helpful in making this tutorial more exhaustive and full of more knowledge, Habib. So thank you for your questions and your input. Now, what that means, Habib, is instead of turning the sky, the entire ceiling, you might be able to get a really good ambient light by just simply taking one of these lights and making, putting it on one side of your room. And these are invisible lights, remember. They're ghost lights. And just simply taking and saying go with a rectangle, and then bringing this up to 200, and bringing this up to 200. Okay, and you've got the same thing as your ceiling light, as the sky. You don't have to deal with like the ceiling or taking the roof out of your room or turning the ceiling into a light. You just put this up there, make sure it's under your ceiling, just underneath your ceiling, and you have the same kind of light right from a point light or from a spotlight or anything. That's how you get, and that will give you ambient light as well. The only thing is that I see this now, and I'm not sure how to hide this. Okay, it would be display, Visible in render. Okay, well, that's visible in simulation, visible in viewport, visible. We turn that off and it's gone. So visible in render, visible in simulation. Okay, and we go to visible in render. Okay, so visible in viewport. Okay, now let's do a quick render. Let's go to our 2000. Let's see if this is visible in the render. See, because if I turn, so the only thing is this is not a ghost light, okay? And neither would the ceiling be. If you turn the ceiling into a light, the ceiling, and so you can see it creates, it would be render emitter. Okay, is this how we turn, okay. Let's see, go into render normal. Okay, so let's turn all these on again and go into rendering. Let's just look down through these parameters. Viewport, render prior, render in render photometric. Okay, render emitter. Okay, that's, oh, thank you very much. D. Dubovsky. Thank you. Okay, so this is awesome, awesome. So this is a ghost light plane. Why so many people buy ghost lights is kind of, but they're kind of, they have different shapes, and there are some nice ghost light products. So I bought them all. All you have to do is say ghost light, and I'm right there. So, my old ghost light products don't seem to work like the new ones. They've changed since the DAS 4.20. Now, okay, so this is awesome. This render emitter is beautiful, and it also takes this, well, it does, actually, it does, the light does actually show here. Okay, it shows in the reflection, and there may be a way to get rid of that, okay, is to go into our smart content here, into our content library, and I have a script. We are in my public build, okay, and the script is here, miscellaneous stuff, add ghost light factor property. And did that add something here? That would be in, no, it would be in parameters. Okay, it did. And so notice this ghost light, when I clicked on this script, and these scripts, these are in like a couple videos back, I put links to them in the video description, okay? I might be able to copy those and put them in the video description. You'll just have to give me a couple hours after this, or an hour or so after this, and I will put these scripts are free, but you double click, you select your light, you double click on this, and now if I set this ghost light factor to anything higher than 1, like 2, okay, it should have disappeared. And it didn't? Okay, maybe I have to put this on as well. Okay, now it did add this one. Let's go 5. Okay, so this doesn't appear to be working for it. It adds this to it, but it doesn't work. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to switch to we're going to put a little plane in here and work with a plane. Oh, that's an awesome, I've never seen that emoji before, but it's cool. Thank you, D. Dubovsky. And welcome to this, video, live video. What we're going to do is we're going to put a sphere, plane in here, and let's say the X positive. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where. Okay, let's select the plane and make it smaller. Scale it down. Okay. Oh, we don't want it in the negative. Let's say 10 and see where that brings us. Okay, that's kind of perfect. Let's go 5 and see how big that is. Okay, here is a plane now. We're going to have some fun with this plane. Now, we're going to take this plane, and as you can see, the plane is reflecting also. We're going to turn off our point light, and what we're going to do is run these two scripts on the plane. There's 1, and there's 2, and now this plane, we go to surfaces, and we turn the plane into an emitter. So we put a light on it and give the plane some luminance. Let's go up to like 9. And now we have the same idea as our point light, but this plane has an awesome ability where we can go now, because I ran these two scripts on the plane, we go here to the plane, and now you will see two different, we got the ghost light factor, plus we have this invisible to primary rays. So this is one where when we click on this invisible to primary, these won't be here unless you run these two scripts on the plane. And you can put this on a sphere. You can put run these scripts on a sphere, an emissive sphere, a cylinder, or even a person, or any kind of I forget what this is called, a geometry. These are mesh, any kind of mesh. You can also, instead of putting a light on here, you can put an image here, like a colorful, like 60s color image, and it will put color instead of, because it's a plane, it's a surface, so you can, it's an emissive surface mesh. Now, so when I click on this invisible to primary rays off, well, the plane is supposed to disappear. Okay, and it did. So, but what we have is this reflection of the plane. And so that's what we had with the point light. So this, using this plane is actually a better solution than using the point light, because if I set this ghost factor to anything above 1, say 2, then our reflection disappears. You can't see it in the reflection as well. So these are very awesome scripts. So now we take this plane. You can still see because it's part of the display. Let's make this plane now. Make sure no other lights are on in the scene. We just have the plane, and the plane is two-sided, so I can turn that off so it's only coming from one side, which is kind of a little bit distracting, seeing the dual-sided plane. So where is that? I'm not seeing it here. Visible in simulation. Let's see. Visible. I know there's a dual-sided thing here. Display. All right, well, I'm quite certain normally there's a way of turning that off. It may be a bug. I'm using and you might have to use, in order to use these scripts, if they don't work, they just gave an update to the regular build. and I think it contains the ability to use these scripts, but it might still only be the public build, the beta that allows you to use these scripts. So there is usually where. Okay, it wouldn't be. Oh, here it is. It's in the surfaces. Because remember, this is a mesh. So we do the dual-sided light, and now we only have one-sided light. Okay. Now what we can do is take this plane, and because this is about creating hard and soft lights. So all we have to do is take this plane and scale it down, scale it into a tiny little point. Oh, wow, that really scales fast. We go into like, let's go 1 and give it some, we're going to turn it a little bit so it's, okay. So it's pointing at our light. And let's give it some lumens. I haven't even started part 2. You haven't taken, actually, Habib, you helped me target exactly what this is about. So you have augmented, you have added, you have helped build up to this whole discussion and brought more information into it, and that your questions were right perfect. And Debosky, your input has saved this in a very big way. I hope I can remember these things because I've learned some stuff here. Now, we're looking on our plane. We have to go into surfaces, actually. This is a surface, so we're going into lumens, and we'll add another 9 here and see if that's too much. Another 9. Okay, we are okay. So now we have this plane is creating a hard shadow. Let's bring it up a little bit more. And the shadow's not quite so long. And let's turn this a little more like this. And I could do a point at. Let's point at, maybe a point at. Plane. Does this have point at? Yeah, point at the sphere. Okay, and that will give us, well, it didn't work. That's sphere 1. Okay, point at sphere. Oh, we only have one sphere in here. So that point at didn't work for some reason. I'm not sure. Point at, so we'll just none. Okay. And we'll bring this back up. So this, let's just look at this from behind and see. Okay. So now we have a hard shadow. That's a hard shadow. So what we do is we just resize this plane and make it larger. That's all you have to do is have a larger surface area. And, well, that's really large. Just a larger surface area like that. Oop, and that exponentially brought up its... So we just bring the lumens down. Oop. And now we have a soft shadow. And so that's it. So this is the most important thing that we've learned here in this particular part. This is part 1. We're going to go into part 2, and we're going to discuss tone mapping and light and tone mapping and setting your tone mapping in your scenes so your lights are not like super powered lights with like lots and lots and lots of zeros and everything. So we're going to go into tone mapping today and setting up tone mapping before you start your scene kind of thing. And again, I don't consider myself to be an expert at that whole field, but I think I know enough to kind of get us through it. And if I have a couple of really awesome people like D. Devosky and Habib here, we could actually make this into an awesome tutorial that with a lot of good information. So, all right. So this is it. I will try to remember to put these into the video description, but if you go back a couple of tutorials, you'll see they're already in one of the description that talks about ghost lights. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to start a new scene. New scene. Would you like to save changes? Sure. Let's save this because I got now more. We have our plane in there as well. So we have every kind. We just went over every kind of light that that are capable of HDRIs and distant lights and all of that. So these two videos should probably give you. It's not everything about lighting, okay, but it should give you a good solid foundation for lighting. Now, the first thing I'm going to do in this scene, I like to go straight on my subject. It's just something about symmetry that I like to go straight on. I don't like the perspective view as much, but okay, we're going to put another sphere in the scene. I'm not sure what we're going to do yet here, but we'll start with the sphere. And then, and now we have some sort of environment lighting going on. We have the dome and scene. We have this default HDRI, and we have white tint, and the draw dome is on. So we have this lighting here. And as if you notice this HDRI map, it's very white, almost like the entire map is like the sun. It is instead of one little point in the map. And so this is going to create a very soft shadow because it's a very wide light. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into the tone mapper options. And I'm going to take this exposure value, which is 13 by default, and we're going to change this value to, let's go to 5. Okay, now 1 is actually, I believe, true. Let's actually go to 1. Okay, what I've been told, and now all the lights are so sensitive now that it's turned everything in the scene to just white. Everything's a whiteout. And why would we put the exposure value to 1? Well, that's because that makes a candle a candle. And all of so everything in all of the math of your lighting is supposed to, and I've been told this, I've not done the research myself, but I've been told this by people who are much, much smarter than me, that a value of 1 makes a candle, and it makes a light. It makes light, all of the mathematics of light, accurate when it comes to cameras and photography and all that stuff, and lighting and like actual illums, and so what happens though is our environment map is way too bright now. So we would have to bring this environment map to something like 0.05 maybe. And then we bring the environment intensity down to 0.05. and maybe even more, 0.8. And now we're kind of back where we were. Okay, it's maybe let's 0.1. Oh, it's a little low. So let's go 3. No, that's low. Maybe 4. Okay, this looks about like it looked when I came into the scene. About. So that we only just changed so now what's interesting about this is when you bring, so if we turn the environment off, we go to none, so we don't have any, and we turn the environment to black. Okay, when you bring a light into the scene, say a spotlight. Okay, let's look through the spotlight and bring this up. Okay, where do we perspective view? Okay, I might have turned something off in my environment. Dome and scene, draw a dome. Oh, okay, I think the environment intensity, I think this has got to be 0. Let's see. Okay, well, the spotlight was supposed to just... Okay, oh, it's working. It's just not looking at the... Okay, so we... Now, all right, now let's go back to what we had here for our environment. This was 0 environment intensity. What was 0.05, was it? Okay, let's put back... Let's turn off our spotlight for a moment. Let's do this again. Now we go back to our choose map and the ruins and turn this back to white. Okay, see, so what we've done is by taking the tone mapper options and just turning that to 1, okay? Then we have gone into the realm of real physics, okay, where everything is, it's roughly 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 sometimes. It all depends on the situation. If you're outside, if you're in a cave, if you're inside a living room, those kind of things can kind of change physics a little bit, but I'm not sure exactly why and how. But now we take this, so we have these set to work. Now we go back to our environment option. It looks like this is correct. And we take our environment map and say none and turn this to black and turn the spotlight back on. And let's look at this spotlight from the spotlight. And now let's go back to our perspective view. Now, I am not sure why the spotlight is... See, now the thing is that if you notice something, I didn't have to add any illums to the spotlight. The spotlight is... so normally when you come into a scene, when you put a spotlight in the scene, it doesn't work. And so now the spotlight is actually working in the scene without having to change its. Now let's go out a little bit. I'm not sure why. Okay, back to why it's not casting anything around it. This is embarrassing. Okay, let's try now putting a point light into the scene. Now, point light. Let's bring this in. Now, point light. Okay, the same thing is happening here. Oh, I don't have a plane in here. Let's see. Sphere, let's put a plane in here. There's nothing to bounce the light off of. Okay. Oh, and this plane is sideways, of course. Now, let's... It would be 90. Okay. So this is more encouraging. All right. So what we're seeing now is because these default values of, and so what you would do is you would come into your spotlight, into your point light, and instead you would lower the lumens to like 10 or 15. See, I know what I'm doing is probably, you know, for a lot of people it's just, but notice how really we're not like blowing everything out. We're not making everything ultra sensitive. We're not taking and really blowing the heck out of our scene with these lights that, what did I just do? Edit, I just think I just deleted something, but undo, delete. We're working within the normal boundaries of physics. So, and that is, and so this approach is going to give you, now let's go back to our spotlight. And it's kind of nice to put a light into your scene and actually have it work. Now let's go to the spotlight and bring this up out of the ground. Let's look through the spotlight and come up. And so, and what I was told was that 1 is really the, for your exposure, is where the physics are like more true. Okay, now let's go back to our perspective view. So we take the spotlight and we do the opposite thing. We bring the lumens down to like 40 again. And there's something really kind of more natural looking to me, to my eye. And I'm so used to just, I never would touch the tone mapper. The tone mapper, and when you change the exposure value, some kind of math goes on and it changes the shutter speed and all of that. But you change this exposure value down to 1 and you build your scene around that. Now what happens, okay, is that this all sounds like, oh wow, this is awesome. I'm going to do this from now on. Now let's take the sphere out of let's take this spotlight out. Let's take the plane out. Let's take the sphere out. Now let's try to insert a giant scene, like let's go like a pre-made environment. And this is where all hell breaks loose, okay? So let's do this little nook, because it's got all these lights, everything is pre-made, do you see? So let's merge it into the scene. Now it may change my tone mapper options, but as you see here when we get inside, let's now go, everything is blown out. Okay, so, and let's see if it changed our environment options. Now it says the environment options, I think I changed it to 2, but I'm not sure. No, no, we were in the tone mapper. Okay, and now it's done the exposure. We're going to go back to 1 again. And now it's even more blown out. Okay, we're going to go back to our 1, remember? And let's just, we'll get rid of all these cameras because I'm going to just use 1 so it's not confusing. And what we're going to do now is we'll just put 1 camera in. So create camera. And now we'll look through the camera and we'll try to get inside the room. Okay, we are inside the room. And now you can see you have to set your scene up, okay, in order for this natural lighting scenario to work. And so all of the lights in the room are like, they're expecting it to be 13. So the first thing we're going to do is look at our environment options. And these are still back to what I had them. Okay, no, they're not. See, the environment, it's changed. Adding this scene changed my environment. Because if you remember, we had something like 005, and the environment intensity was 005. And so it's still all bright like this. And now we go also into this. So that just changed our HDR. So the HDR isn't coming through the window and blasting everything away. But then we have all the lights in the scene. And here I'm going to show you a tip, okay? It's in this, I have in this content library. I'm going to show you a product that you can purchase, utilities, and it's called Iray Light Manager Pro. And we double click on this, and what this does is it allows you to change all the lights in your scene all at once. So we're going to take this and say, well, it's 50. And the light, okay, let's go 50 here. Let's go to 10. Now it may not be the lights in the scene. Let's go to 1. It might be something else that's doing this. Now I'm going to go to something more reasonable, like 100 here. Now this instead of having to go to every lamp and select them or select all these, this allows you to just go in and change all the lights. It doesn't work perfectly sometimes, like with candles. When your candle has it will make the candle itself at 50 and the flame at 50, so they look like they're both lights. So you have to go in and change the candle and make the candle a little bit lower, so doesn't look like the candle itself is a light. Certain things like that, it doesn't work perfectly. I have a feeling that my my environment map, this is the problem here. See, so this is supposed to be 005. It's the outside. What? 0.00. That's what I did wrong. 5. Okay, the outside is blowing into the room. 0.005. Remember, that's our kind of now. See, as I said, some of the things like are not, the lights are not bright enough, but it's made some things that are luminescent, that are emissives into lights rather than into slight lights, you know. So you have to come into them and fix those. So we'll go back to our Light Manager Pro, and it's going to grab everything in the scene. And let's since these are a little bit low, I would say these lights aren't even working at all. Let's go to, and it always goes back to 5001. I'm not sure why, and to 100. But let's go to, say, 300. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, let's go to 400. 500. Okay. Now, so there's only a few things. Okay, let's go maybe to 600. Okay. And then we take the, and we go here, and what's this stove thing? The refrigerator has got some kind of something here. Refrigerator sign. So I would say it's the sign here. Yeah. And let's take that down to, see, because remember I said they all at 600, so let's go this down to 200. Let's go that down to 50. No, that's not, maybe not it. Okay, that doesn't have an emission. Image chrome, the black. That doesn't have an emission. The stainless, that has no emission. It's just the sign. So it must be something else having to do on this refrigerator. Let's take a look at this. So it doesn't work perfectly, like I said. Sometimes it, oh, we might have to go into negatives. Okay, refrigerator sign, emission, okay. Emission, okay, we might have to go like 0. Remember with our, like 1. There, so we just have to bring it down to like maybe 10. Okay, and maybe even 5. So, and that's, and what I would do with that, say we have this emission color, okay, is I would take this emission color also, and which is the refrigerator sign. It says refrigerator sign, and I would also add that to your lumens. Where's R, refrigerator sign, and there now you have something that looks a little, now we could add a little bit more like 8 and make it look a little bit less. So this is, now I am getting a lot of fireflies in this, like a ton of them. It's just too dark in the room, so let's go back into the light manager, and we're going to take the refrigerator and turn it off, and let's go to like 900. Or let's go to 1200. Or let's go to 4,000, 3,000. Let's go to 5,000. We just need more light in the room. I go to 8,000. Okay. Okay, so the fireflies are pretty much gone. It needs to render them out, but they're pretty much. So this is an option. Okay, now it looks like the lights are a little, now there might be a problem with these lights, the chandeliers also. Yeah, because all the glass is probably has, no, the glass doesn't have any emission color. The LED is what has the emission. Those are 4,500. Okay, now look how sharp this looks. See, so this actually doesn't look too bad. Now I would say I've got the lights too strong, so let's go back into here. Turn off the refrigerator, and let's go to what's like 3,500. Okay. So yeah. And to me, I think there's a more natural look to this. Okay, now the outside. We might have a problem with our outside because now I don't see any light coming from the outside. So once you get the light set for the inside, then you want to take and do something with the outside. So, and I think that may be why we're getting the fireflies, because there's something, my environment lighting is just completely, it's not off, it's not showing, it's not even turned on. There's all kinds of problems with the environment. So let's take this little nook and go into our environment and find out why. Now, it's some really weird environment outside anyway, and it's turned off. Let's pick an HDRI for our image and not the inside of some kind of, I don't know why that's there, but let's pick some kind of outside. Let's do this one and turn it on. And now see what, now see there's no light coming in. Let's take and look outside this nook and see what's outside. We have a camera, so let's take and go to the perspective view and take a look at our nook. Okay, it doesn't look like our lighting is like extremely bright, or it's like there's nothing like, and we can actually see through the windows, so they're not Iray. That's something I didn't check to see about this nook, if it's if these are actually that would certainly explain the. So let's go to this book and surfaces and see, these are, yeah, this is Iray. Okay, so there's just there's no brightness coming from. Let's see if we can set up our environment so that it's not normal. It's well, you know, and notice this isn't too bad. This HDR, so it's not like, if I turn it up a lot more, it's just going to blow this whole area out. But let's take this, and so you start to learn like that you have to set your environment at like 0, 0 at these levels 0.5, and you learn to set up the scene, and then you come in and you change your lighting, and you'll find that like jungle scenes and all, when you do this, suddenly all of a sudden the plants and they look more real, they look more the natural. There's something about doing this that just instantly made my eye. I'll show you a scene here that I made last night. It's called Edda. And maybe you guys would go on the Daz in the Daz gallery and vote all my stuff up. I'm Rex Red in the Daz gallery. Okay, Edda, let's take a look at this picture. And just this room I did on this, I've added like a fog in here, a little bit of a smoke kind of thing. But this is this room with the exposure set down to 1. And so that, and you know, it just, there's something that looks kind of natural about this. And all the lighting doesn't look like it's like the physics are being like turned inside out to work right. So experiment with this. Let me know in the comments what you find out. And the thing is you don't have to buy this Light Manager Pro product, okay? And let's go and see. Maybe if it's on sale, I'd say buy it, okay? Because it does save you a lot of time. But let's go here and see if it's on sale. Where is it? Okay, this one looks like it's new. Let's see, and there's another one. It says hide. Okay, no. And maybe this new one. Well, let's see. Do I own? Oh, see, no, this is it. I own this. All right. And it's not on sale. So I wouldn't buy it until it's on sale. Okay. But you can still go in and change these lights. And if you know how to kind of select all of the same lights at one time, you can go in and change the illums. This is on all of the lights in your scene. Let's now go into. Let's just take and add a little bit more light to our... Now, I'm going to explain the difference between environment intensity and environment map. Okay? And this is the way I understand it. I don't know if I'm right. Okay? But the environment intensity is how intense all the lights in your scene are. So when... and I brought this down so that the lights in the scene retain their pretty much their. So I'm not sure exactly. I'm still learning how to do a lot of this but the first thing you do is go into Tone Mapper and you change this to 1 or 2 or 3 and even 5. But it starts out at 13. And the whole objective is to get it more close to that one candle. So like when you bring your lights into the scene, that the spotlight actually has the 1500. That's what it's supposed to have. And these lights are supposed to be, and so then you go into your environment options, and because the default of DAS is 13 for this Tone Mapper exposure value, they've blown the heck out of the environment and made the environment like way too bright. And then and the intensity of the lights in the room are way too bright. So you have to go and experiment. To just basically set your Tone Mapper, your exposure value down to 1, and then go from there. And remember that you have to do two things. You have to set this intensity, because the intensity is how intense all your lights are in your scene, and the environment map is how bright your HDRI is. So let's make this HDRI a little brighter. Let's go up to 1 here, or a little higher. Let's go to, say, 8. Okay, and now, like I said, it did blow the heck out of that. Let's bring it down a little bit so it does not quite so. Let's go to 3. Yeah, the sun could be that bright in one spot. Okay, so now let's go back inside and see what happens. Now we have something coming through the outside, and there's a lot of fireflies. It kind of worries me that there's a lot of fireflies in here. They go away, they render out. I don't know, maybe this environment has some kind of atmosphere in it. I'm not really that familiar with this. No, I don't see any kind of atmosphere. Now, it could have render settings like fog. No, there's no fog. It doesn't appear to be. But there could be some weird render settings that it's changed on me that I don't know about. Okay. So that would be, and the tone mapper options. These scenes change things on you, and none of the tone mapper options have been changed except the exposure value. But once I let this sit and render, it becomes nice and clear. And then there again, this isn't maybe the best sky to use here, but this looks pretty warm. There's something warm about this that my eyes look at it, and just instantly I feel like there's something that I've not been able to achieve in my renders. That is here, that's present in this thing. So now where it became really really obvious was outdoor scenes. So we're gonna we'll just start. We'll take this out of here, this little nook out. And let's put in some kind of jungle. Here's scene. And you know, a lot of times you put in a jungle scene and the plants just look like the plants look like they're they just look fake, and everything kind of looks like they don't look right. And so what's this? This is stairs and the rocks. All right, this I think is stonemason. I'm not sure. But let's do the Iray one, and let's merge this into the scene. And this won't have any lights in it that I know of, unless it's got a distant light in the set. So it should work. It's just the interior scenes with all these lights and stuff that you have to attenuate them. Okay. We're looking through our camera. Let's go to the perspective view and zoom out on this scene a little bit. Okay, and let's find out where we want to put our... Okay, our camera would be down in here somewhere. Okay, it looks like that's roughly where the camera is. Yeah, it is. So let's go back to our camera view, and let's just orient it a little bit. So zoom it out, and let's go here. And now you can see, because there's no lights here, that everything in this scene is now at that exposure, that the natural, that's where your camera normally is at that roughly at that one range. Now I'm going to take my camera and give it a little wider of an angle. Camera, let's go up to 50 so we can see a little bit more of the scene. Now let's put in a distant light. Now the distant light, look at the distant light, is pointing here. Now let's go into our environment options. And let's go back to our camera, because it's the distant light is a, well, let's, the distant light. Let's put a plane in the scene just so I know where the ground is. A plane. Oh, it's this again. All right, the plane. Oh, let's just delete this plane and put it in on the Y. Plane. Y. Okay, I just want to know where the... Okay, so this thing accelerates, or it goes up, and just wanted to know what's happening here. And so the stairs and rocks, and let's take this stairs and rocks and just move it up a little bit. Y translate. I guess now that we know that it's accelerating, okay, we'll just turn the plane off for now, and let's go back to our camera. But now our distant light, instead of turning up the distant light, what we do is we take and go into our environment options, and we make our environment intensity, let's go to 1 here, and this should brighten the lights. Okay, let's go to 1 here. So see, what that does is it sets it so that your scene is using the, okay, so let's point 1. So it's using the light, the default value of your distant light. And now so we're not blowing these lights to kingdom come. We're using them the way that they're designed to be used. Okay, that the distant we're using, and instead of, and so there's a more natural look to things. So let's now take our HDRI, and let's put something in here that's a different HDRI. Let's just try something different. Browse. Am I still at my HDRIs? Yeah. Let's try something from these are not populating. Well, these have. Let's see. Let's try this. Now this is now we set. Now you can see that this is a little blown out, the environment map. So you set that to fit your one. Or a little higher, maybe like 9. So we're trying to keep within the constraints of this 1 value. Okay, and so we're bringing the lights into that physics, and now realm, and then we can take our distant light. We could give it a little bit of warmth. And all right, and we could also take our environment and give that a little bit of warmth. Yes, I do have what I did was D. Dubovsky is I went into my DAS, because I've bought a lot of them over the years, and the HDRIs. I went into my DAS library, and you do a search for star.hdr, and it gives you the list of every HDR in your DAS library. You copy them, you don't move them, copy them, and put them into another folder. and then you do a search for star.exr, and you copy them and put them in the same folder, and you will find a ton of HDRs that don't show up in your they don't even show up in your content library, and they don't show up in your smart content because they're hidden in your runtime folder, which DAS doesn't show. If you go into here, there's, even though it says it says, oh, there's a runtime folder. If you look down, it's not really there. It's not the runtime folder, okay? And if you go here and right-click and add a base directory and navigate to that runtime folder, it'll be empty. When you add it here, there won't be anything in it. It's hidden. DAS, it's forbidden for you to see what's in that runtime folder from within DAS. Oh, okay. Oh, Eve! Wow, it's nice to have you here. Thank you. I was saying to go to the library and like my content, but you already do. Well, I've got somebody here who knows as much about this stuff as I do, and you put out amazing scenes. Amazing. I am shocked at your skillful talent to take the items that you have and turn them into, masterpieces. So, yeah, this, I will be, so what I do, and so you copy them all into a folder, your EXRs, and the EXR is an Apple format, and there's a ton of them that you don't have access to. Within DAS, I probably have access to about maybe 300 HDRs. And when I did a search into my DAS library, I have 3,500 HDRs, okay? So, yeah, you have a good eye. You have a good eye to look and say, wow, you have a lot of 3,557 HDRs. But what happens is once you put them in this folder, they won't show. Like, some of them are showing. None of the Apple ones, none of the HDRs that are in the Apple format, they will load into Photoshop, but they won't. None of these at all. None of the HDRs will show in the Windows Explorer. You have to download. You have to say download a file, a little thing that allows you to see HDR previews. And the best one that I found only allows you to see 8K. So you'll see a lot of the HDRs don't show as well. Anything above 8K, you would think Windows would just have it built in. But even if when you do this, like if I go down here, like a ton of these haven't even made, because they're so big, they haven't even shown their icon. Now they're starting to populate a little bit. So they're just so big that I guess Microsoft says it's ridiculous for us to show you a thumbnail of these HDRs because they're just so big and it takes so long for it to populate them and all. Okay, so what you do then is you you go into Photoshop and you batch convert them, and you don't delete them, you just make a copy of them. There's a way to batch convert in Photoshop. I don't remember exactly how you do it, but what you do is you just go to Google and say, how do I batch convert them? And it'll take, like, depending on how fast, I'm sure you have a fast computer, depending on how fast your computer is, let's go new file and just go from the last thing I made here. It's file, scripts. Okay, is it scripts? Or it's one of these. File, generate. Okay, I know it's in here. I think it's under scripts. It might be image processor. But just Google how to batch convert, and what you do is you take all of your all of your HDRs, the EXRs, the 60, and you just make a copy of them as a JPEG and put them in another folder. And so all of these HDRs that are in this folder, if you don't have that plugin to view them, you won't see any. All you'll see is the HDRs. You won't see any. No, this is fine. I don't mind explaining this because it's a very important thing. So I'm just going to go over it real quick. I've gone over it before in other videos, but now this is my batch converted HDR folder, and notice how quickly they come and everything shows. So what I do is I pick the picture that I want to use, and then I just click on it and copy the name like that. And then I go back to my HDR and I go here and do a search, and make sure you don't select the JPEG, but then you just click on that and load it into your environment. And there's some of the settings, that come with a lot of the HDRs won't be there, but you just go in and set the environment map and set the things so that so that's how I access HDRs that I normally can't access. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change the environment tint a little bit and warm it up a little bit. So we'll go into this environment tint and we'll make it just a little bit warmer. Well, that's a little too warm. So just give it a little bit of warmth. And there it is. And now the distant light, we might get a better effect with the distant light if we come at it from an angle like this. Camera, see, so yeah, so it creates longer shadows. So this is something to consider. Now it's the to consider. Now if you go into your environment like the tone mapper like this, and you set it so that it's 1 or 2. Then you'll learn how to just instantly go in and get your environment like into about the right. I would say this environment could be a little brighter. So we go to 1, 0, and we'll go even to 4 maybe. So or like 2 maybe, 2. Yeah. So it just does something. Now let's do a quick little render of this. We're at 2000. And see what this looks like large. And see, it really does. Things look more, they look more rested. They look more photographic. Because it's in that, and the textures, the textures on the plants and the trees and the rocks, they they don't look like they're being forced into some unnatural state. They just seem like they're like it's softer. And it was just the minute I set that and started working with scenes with that exposure set at 1, it was like my eyes, because I'm so used to cranking my lights into some unnatural state. And I would say the sky is a little bit too bright still. It's washed out. So let's go down to 1. Now environment map. Let's go to 1. Yeah, now let's give this a render. So yeah, oh, it's nice to have people from DAS in this. I assume my friend Angus, he's been coming in here. He doesn't even work in DAS, but he used to do photography, and he still does photography. But he's been coming into my threads and watching into my YouTube channel and watching every DAS video that I've made for the last. Now look how natural this stuff looks. And even now, these particular plants, they don't have much shine to them, you know. And it's not because we've turned everything down, but maybe it is. Maybe that maybe the shine is kind of like a light. And so you may have to go in and bring the shine up on everything, and that may be something to think about, okay? Because my eye is not seeing any kind of shine on anything, and so that may be no longer, that might be broken because of the way we've done this. So, but I really like the way these things look now. And let's go into our plants. Let's look at the shine aspect of, let's see, that would be a lot of plants. There's a lot of plants in scene, plants and flowers. Small plants. Okay, they're all, these are, it looks like they're instances. So let's go into the surfaces here. Diffuse roughness, glossiness. Let's just bring that up a little bit. Well, let's bring it up a lot and see what, like exaggerate it, then bring it down. And the big plants, small plants 1. Let's bring the glossiness up on that. And let's go to flowers and bring the glossiness. I'm not sure what we're doing here. And it's gray anyway. Maybe that's why, because in middle plants, did we do those? No. And let's go to the big plants. Let's go into texture shaded mode so I can move these a little better. I think I can select them all like that. No, I don't think that allows me. It just changes one. Okay, let's just add some glossiness and see. So the glossiness is something that you have to consider. I'm not sure how that fits into this. Let's now do a quick render and see if everything's shiny. There should be more shine than, at least my eye tells me that there should be more shine in those plants than what's there. It looks like we have shine now. Yeah. Well, not a lot, but some. So I think this is really nice. Now I think the yellow in my environment, it's a little too yellow. Environment options, go here. Tint. Let's bring it a little more to the orange and down a little bit. So I thought I would kind of blow your brains, you know, or with this whole exposure thing and see what you think of it. To me, that looks very natural now. And I don't think I've been getting this level of softness to my scenes. And it's just like this scene here with this one I did last night. It's Etta. This one has that. It started out with 1. And when I selected all the lights through that program of the light manager, it made the candles the same brightness as because the candles have emissions as well. And so I had to go in and select the candelabras and select the candles and copy and paste the surface textures to each candelabra and just lower the but you know, these lights never looked right. They always looked kind of fake every time I've used them. I've always had problems with certain candles kind of looking fake. And this isn't bad. I think I got this light a little strong on the kitty because you can see her skin through the but it's okay. But there's something about the room that looks just incredibly real. And I'm not too happy with this round table here, but the lower part of the table looks really nice. And the floor, the fire looks real. All of this, it looks relaxed from what I'm used to lighting wise. So I'm going to and there is shine on this floor. I didn't have to touch the floor. The shine actually looks better than it usually does. It looks like it has the right kind of roughness. Sort of. I'd mess with it and take maybe some of the roughness out or just lower it a little bit, a tiny bit. But this stuff looks, this shine here looks right. These things, so maybe there isn't a shine problem. There just may not be a lot of shine on these leaves. The artist may have decided not to put much shine. There's a little bit of shine here, and it could be the way my distant light is. Let's take this distant light and go to the distant light. All right, now where exactly is, okay, the distant light is pointing, let's select the distant light. It's right in here. Now if we take this and move it down by our camera, this where the distant light is pointing, and down X. All right, let's just see what that does. Iray. Well, it kind of pulled the shadows down a little more. Now let's go back to the distant light. Let's go back to the distant light. Let's move this around and do some weird effects things with it. I think my sky it's just overriding what the distant light is doing. So if I take the sky environment and just bring my sky down, remember now this environment map is the brightness of your HDRI. The environment intensity is the brightness, the intensity of the lights. And so what I did was, okay, so let's bring this in. If I lower this to like 5, then my HDR, that will lower the intensity of my distant light. And remember, my distant light is at, this is at default, 1500 lumens. So that's why, so you set your environment to fit the lights and what their natural propensity is for them to work as. So if my HDR is too bright, then we go back into our environment and we just make it a little bit, the environment options, and make it a little bit less bright. We go to 0, 8. And then we can take and right from here I can say, well, I want the lights in my scene to be more intense, so let's go 9. So now the HDR, or how about if we go up to 1, 0 intensity, we go to 1. Yeah, so now my the most of the light coming into here is coming from my distant light and not so much the environment. And I can now lower even the environment more to like 3, the HDR map, and then bring up the intensity of this, and this intensifies all the lights in the scene. So let's bring this up to 5 so that it's being lit more, or let's say 3. It's being lit more by my distant light than it is by the environment map. It's all a matter of what you're looking for here. And so let's then take and go here and render this and see what this looks like. Oh, this is so detailed. This is just really, really nice. A lot of these scenes, I've put them in and say these plants, these these shrubs look like crap, and it's just so many scenes. They just don't look right, and everything in this just looks like it's just really perfectly done. And so let's try another scene now. The only thing I'm not seeing is any shine at all, and so that's and maybe the roughness is too high. I think that's inherent in this scene where they wanted this velvety matte kind of look, where softness, and so they went for these plants and trees that have the worst thing that can happen is to have everything have too much shine. It just ruins it if it's so. This is very, very, very nice. I would say this is a photograph. This is much higher, much better looking than the games that I play, and like it's just the leaves don't look like they're all flat and stuff like that. It just looks much, and it looks so inviting. I want to go in there and sit and meditate. It's this kind of just really, really nice scene. So I've not experienced this feeling with my scenes that I have by changing the tone mapper down to 1, and it changes the shutter speed to whatever it follows some sort of formula. Just let it do what it wants, and you don't have to do it at 1. You can do it at 2. You can do it at 3. But 1, I believe, is that hot number that makes everything, all of the geometry of your lights, like 1 illum becomes 1 illum. It's like candlelight which is 1 candle kind of thing, mathematics. And that's what I have been told. Okay, so I might, by people that are smarter than me, and so I am relying on their information. So, and I like the results. Now, I did take my camera, and I believe my camera is at 50. Let's make the camera back to like 35 again, and see if this, because it seems to me like it's a little bit warped looking. Let's render this. Let's see what this looks like. This should look really like you're walking, like you're right there walking through. See, this is really, really nice. So yeah, and there's a little bit of shine. There's a little bit. It's there. There's a little bit of shine on these. It's not completely gone. I did crank it all up, and I'm not sure what I did actually. What I was doing, there might be so much roughness that if you put it up all the way, it's still not gonna do anything. So this is very nice. There's a little bit of shine on the rocks. It's so natural. It's so really very well done. I think this is stonemason. I'm not sure. Would you like to cancel this? Yes. So this is called Stairs in the Rocks. Let's go here. Stairs. Stairs in the Rocks. Here it is. Halfway up the mountain. Widow's Woods. I've clicked on it, but it's no Andrey Pestryakov. Okay, Andrey Pestryakov. Very nice. I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong, Andrey. This is not on sale right now. I would wait until it's on an 80% sale, and so they did some very nice stuff with the lighting here. I think my render looked better than these. Now the first one though, I think my render looks better than these. So he probably rendered these at, this one is pretty nice, but I still think my render was nicer. So it looks like the lights are just like out of there. My tree looked better here. So you look at this, and then you, well, and I warmed them up, warmed my light up with a little bit of yellow. So Yeah, I think my render of this, and I'm attributing it mostly to, he had some nice shadows going on by the rock and all. I liked his shadows, and the angles of his light were probably better than mine. Let's do that. Let's take this. Just would you like to cancel this render? Yes. And let's go and take my distant light, and let's copy his idea and put it over here so these rocks kind of create a shady area. That was a smart idea. Let's see what that does. Go to the camera view. Now this is in shadow. Let's see, go back to distant light, and we turn it this way. Let's see how strong our distant light really is. Now back to the camera. No, it looks exactly the same, like my distant light isn't working at all. Let's turn this environment. I think if I turn this to black. Yeah, see, my distant light isn't working at all. That's the problem here with this. So the distant light, you have to, when you do this, you have to isolate your lights and make sure that they're because there's some of their, so you get them so low that now, so we go to this to the parameters, we go to, we're not going to change the distant light, we're going to change our environment tint. And let's go, this intensity would be the intensity of the lights, 1. Okay, let's go to 5. Maybe maybe that shuts off the, what if we go scene only? Okay. That takes and decouples. But it doesn't really, because we go now to 2. See, this is what I was looking for. 1 is this look. Now let's go to point. Okay, so now this environment intensity is no longer tied in with the light. This is what Andrey needed. So okay, so we can now go and address this directly through the tone mapper. And if we take this exposure value up to like 2, or how about 4? So I told you it's anywhere between 1 and 5. Just leave your light the way it is. And now I added in the distant light, I added that color to it. Let's take that color out. Where's the color? Let's just make, well, I thought I did. That was in the environment tab, I think, maybe. Distant light. Oh, it's the temperature. And so we now take our distant light and just bring this up a little bit. Go back to our camera and bring the temperature back up a little bit. Now the distant light is still strong, so go back to our tone mapper and make the exposure to 5. There we go. Now let's render this and see what this looks like. See, now this image here has none of that kind of effect, those shadows. It's like all one kind of thing. But what we get out of here is this kind of hard shadow effect. And so if you blend this with a little bit of this, so we take down the so we go even up to 6 or 7, and then we add in our environment tint, white, and dome and scene. Oh, because we have to turn these up because we raised up our, so let's go to 1. Okay, now let's go to the 0.5. And the environment map, what's that look like? Let's bring that up a little bit. See, now it's already washed out, that effect of the distant light, for the most part. But let's bring the environment map up a little more, like to 5. And now let's compare these. See, this is really bright. I think the detail is better, the color, the vibrance of the I think it's just less what, maybe put his through a filter or see, we have now these little shadows here. The rocks have a little bit of shadowing. Now he has a big shadow here, so this his sun is over here in his HDR. And this I don't think is using a distant light. See, so there's a little bit of shadowing here coming in from this tree, but it's all of this I believe is just from an HDR. So we're blending the HDR with the, and now I took my HDR and added a tint to it. Let's cancel this. Let's go back to white. And now our distant light. Let's do our distant light back to reset the temperature. Okay, now this should give us colors that are similar to his. Let's see. I tend to think that mixing the distant light with the that's an interesting approach. But we don't have that shadow that he has, which is very nice in his. And the question becomes, what do you do? Turn up the distant light. Now see, we have little shadows here. We have little shadows here in the plants. That's what this distant light is giving us, these little shadows. But we go here and there's none of those little shadows. It's all, there's a little bit of one there. There's a little bit of some shadows there. They're soft shadows. And these little flowers here, they kind of look washed out. though they look washed. They should be more vibrant and not so, but mine look kind of dull. So so I think I got to turn up some kind of light, maybe turn up my HDR or something, or just change the angle of my HDR. Let's see what happens when we mess with that. Okay, so let's just rotate the environment a little bit. Let's turn off the distant light for now. Okay, now we've got it's really physically natural here. And so our HDR, let's turn it, rotate it around here. Where is it? Environment. Okay, and let's rotate this a little. Let's rotate it so we have that same shadow. It looks like this is that same shadow here, where the rock is creating that shadow. Let's try to frame it the same way he did his. Does he have both trees? Yeah, but the trees are cut off. Yeah, mine are too. So this is roughly where he started his. You got that big rock down in the corner and this big rock in the corner. I think he's in here like this. Are those the right rocks? There's two rocks there. So we bring this in. Okay, his camera's wider. So let's just make this camera a little bit wider. Let's go to 40. 50. I think he did go. I'm not sure how he did that. Because now we have the whole mountain and, well, let's see. No, he cut off the mountain. Maybe he went down to 30. No, he's looking down. He's up higher and looking down. Let's go to 35 and hope he stayed at that. At the default, I think the default is 35, 36. Okay. Let's go higher and look down. No, that doesn't work. Oh, he might be angled different. Like this. There we go. That's his angle. Not completely. Okay. Out a little more. Okay, that's roughly his angle. Save this. Okay, this is what's this called again? Okay, we'll call this Mountain Pass. Save as. Mountain Pass. Give it our own little name. And so we have, now let's give this a render. And I think we've turned off our distant light. So I think my HDR is a little darker than his. Yeah, it is. He has a really nice light coming from the side. And no matter what I do, I may not be able to achieve that effect. I don't have the same HDR. Cancel, close. But let's see. Let's get this environment, make my environment a little more. 6. Let's go 8. We are dealing with the exact same. Let's just go 1. Now let's see how bright his sky is. Now see, he's got a blue area. So he started with like a very blue sky and then one big bright giant sun kind of with HDR. And mine has clouds up in this area. Let's move it a little. Wouldn't that be weird if we just happened to both pick the exact same HDR? Let's go and rotate this a little bit more. Okay, that reminds me of video games. Now, you see, now I have that same sort of washed out look on my. It's like I don't really know what I'm doing, so here, so all right, so this, but I think these look a little more natural now. And yeah, I think the color here, I've managed to. Yeah, see, these are washed out. But this looks really nice. These little flowers in here, they look very detailed in there. Let's see, and I didn't really notice them that well in mine, but they're here. I think even those, they don't look as washed out. And also the ground. They just don't pop out as much as they do in his. Well, these are like in a little shade. It's really nice. Maybe he put some kind of thing up here to shade this area, a little shading thing. Because there really isn't a rock there, but something's causing this shade. Oh, it could be the angle of his HDR is just coming like it's a certain. It might be more on the horizon because it looks like it's coming up. Yeah, and it's not coming down at it like mine is. So if I just change the angle of my HDR, because mine's more like 11 o'clock in the 11, almost noon, and his is, so we go to our environment map, and what would change this? Let's go to our filament, see what we can do here with this. Wait until it converts the HDR into filament. Okay, and now we go. No, it's not that. I think this is it. No. Okay, let's take a look at this perspective view. Now see, my sun is over here. What happens when, what am I doing here? Okay. Back to the camera view. Back to Iray. I think my sun is going to be a little bit harder. Well, this, okay. Okay, so now we have the sun doing that same kind of thing. 50. Just peeking up over 60. And so we have the same kind of shadow, similar here, where that's creating the shadow. But the shadow, the sun is more in the front. So what we do is we take and go back to our perspective mode. Where's the sun? Let's move the sun. X? No. X, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, see, now it's kind of doing the same thing. -50. Okay, well, we have that similar kind of so now we just bring and take our environment here. 2. Now you see, I think when I had the environment like lower, when I had the exposure lower, now you see I have the same washed out flowers. And it's the same kind of small shadows in here. The same, mine is not as hard of a shadow, which means my sun is probably larger than his sun was. It's rounder. This is very interesting, though. He may have used a filter on his to take some of the, to level this a little bit. Now this tree here, I think, you know, there's a possibility that I'm still rendering this, that he might have used a much higher exposure. Let's see the rocks here. Let's compare them. Yeah, I think I like these rocks, but his are in, yeah, his, I think that mine has a little more vibrance to it. But if I were to just take it down a notch, let's say, one. Just go 1. Okay. That's he may have brought up his I think this is more warmer looking, and cancel, so he might have brought up his the tint. Let's give this a little more, go into the blue area a little bit. And I probably rendered mine at a higher resolution too, so it's probably not a fair. He might have only rendered his at, well, I'm rendering this at 2000. I would assume he rendered it at around that, but all right, well, I guess that's going to do. Thank you for the likes, everybody. I don't know who I've been able to keep here through this time. My hair looks weird. So, but thank you for hanging out with me, and I've always got to make some kind of scene, so I think I'm going to play around with these environment options and not just take them and follow these tone mapper options. We're at 7 right now. Let's go to 1 again. Then let's take our HDR back to this. Let's go back to our, and let's go, now the HDR is much higher, so we go 0, 0, 5. Maybe that's exactly what he did was. So that's all we had to do was just to go here. Now I think I personally like the distant light on, but we would have to go then into, again, our environment options. Take this intensity down to 0. No, the intensity would have to go up to 1. No, it's a much lower. Let's see. No, I didn't use that intensity with the royals. I just learned this intensity last night. So both of those, the royals and the Valhalla one, are at 13. Okay, so I am glad that I'm glad that somebody of your caliber, Eve, that your attention to detail and your just relentless pursuit of everything DAS, that I sense in your work, that it's nice to have somebody trying some of the same things, following along the same parallel lines, and that we can compare notes and talk about these kinds of things together, and share this stuff. So this is very exciting. So now the environment map. Oh, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm changing the environment map. This was okay. This has got to be down to like 0.005. I keep doing this. Now, why isn't this? Distant light. What am I doing wrong? Now, I haven't given that any. Well, I've been doing it for 5 years, almost going on 6 years. But what you've learned in a year is amazing. So I know that I'm at we're kindred spirits in this, and I think you're at my level with this. At least you know how to put what you know into practice, into like massive results, and so that's all that matters is the scenes you make. That's what it really all boils down to, is how good are your scenes, and yours are amazing. So that's all that matters. So for some reason now, let's turn off the environment map. We go here. Just scene alone, scene. Why is my distant light so bright now? Oh, I might have gone in and changed the illums on it. No, I didn't. No, I don't have a set schedule. If you click the bell for notifications on my channel, right next to the subscribe button, then you should get a notification. I don't know how that notification works because I click the bell on a lot of things, and I'm on YouTube a lot, and I just don't get notifications. I don't know. Oh, but I do turn off. I don't have my notifications turned on in Windows. So because I'm constantly recording in my recording studio, so I've been doing a lot of DAS stuff lately. So, but I don't have a set time when I go live. So, but probably I've been doing it within every. I've been doing an everyday thing lately, and I have to get back to my other channel and do some, give them some love too. So okay, the tone mapper, I set this at 1, which is exactly what we wanted to do. Now, I shouldn't have to set this any lower than that. Okay, we're set to environment options, scene only. Okay, 1. Okay. Intensity 5. None of that's changed. Okay. 25. No, none of those are working. Oh, that's environment intensity. That would be. Oh, this is environment intensity. Okay, 0. Point. So I don't think that has anything to do with this. Oh, I do think that, okay, the distant light for some reason seems to be brighter than, that's what I had to do, is I had to go in order for this distant light. Oh, you have to lower the illums of the distant light to get it to work with 1. Environment, okay, so none of this, let's just leave this at 0.005 is roughly about what, somewhere in there, that when I do have the environment on. So now we go to the distant light, and we have to bring the illums down to match this. This one, you go to about 100. No, 300. Yeah, about 100. And see, this, I think, is a much nicer effect. So what I will do with a scene like this, and then take my distant light and bring it up a little bit more, maybe like this, so the shadows aren't quite so long. Go to the camera. And yeah, I kind of like this effect better. And then to just put a plane in behind the scene and put my HDR on the plane instead. I like these long shadow kind of things. And then I can take the distant light and warm it up a little bit. Yeah, and put a plane in the scene. Okay, plane on the x-axis. All right, and change, let's see, we'll take this plane. Well, I had another plane already, but let's rotate it this way. Let's go into that would be at 90. Z, oh, edit. Z, translate, put it in behind our scene. Like this. Scale it up. Scale it along the Y translate. Okay. There we go. And then, well, I don't know why this is so twisted, but I don't think it is. Rotate. It's only, no, it's not. So it's just the way the illusion of the land makes it look that way. So now we'll put a plane, we'll put on this plane, we will put an image. Base, color. Well, let's use the same sunny one here, base color. And then we put it on our emission color. Turn that to white. And then we put it on our luminance. It is looking kind of crooked, so let's, I'm not sure why, but now let's see what this looks like. I think the sky is so crooked. So okay, now what is causing this? The luminance of the map is high. And this is at 1500. Let's bring this down to 100. Bring it down to 20. Let's bring it down to 5. How about 1? 1 lumen. Okay, let's bring it to 2. Making everything fit this one is just, it's an interesting, now I believe that what's happened is, I'm going to go to my perspective view and take a look at this. Well, that's number 1. Okay, number 2, I've had this crooked, I have it backwards, so this goes like this. Let's go into, what's nice is these show up in, we want this like that. Okay, and so let's go up here into this, parameters, 0. Okay, and rotate 90. And now we scale this. We're going to translate it back so it's behind our scene. Scale it along the Y scale. Now this one. And Z. Bring this up and over. Oh, it's not even in the scene. Let's see what we have here. So very little of the scene is sky. Okay, perspective. Back to the camera view. All right, now okay, let's go into, this is where you need to go into, well, you don't have to, but actually filament mode is going to be terrible. Let's see. Go into create new filament. And we take this down now to the ISO. I think it's the intensity. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. It usually does, but this time it's not. ISO scale. Now this is what, this is what this whole thing is about, is getting these set into the right distance light scale. Okay, there we go. The distance light. Okay, so then the ISO we can bring probably up a little bit. And now my but my light there isn't working at all now. My sky. Okay. Let's now go to Iray again, or back to texture shaded. This, now what we do is and scale it along. Z. Let's see what this looks like. Somewhere I have a sun. This may not be just the really the best sky to use for this, but okay, now my distant light is a little bit strong. I think it's the distant light. Let's turn this off and see what kind of light we're getting from. Okay, so I think we're still getting, well, let's turn off our plane now, plane 2. Okay, our plane is putting off a ton of light. So let's take our plane now. This is sun in the plane. So let's take that plane surface. Kind of looks cool. Now this plane, We have the luminance here to go to 0.005. Let's do that. No, let's go to 0.05. Let's go to 5.5. Well, that's good. And now let's try adding the distant light here. Well, now the sky is too dark. So I'm wondering if we even need the luminance aspect of the sky. It's not, we're not really using it to light our scene, so we can take this plane if we take the luminance off. Oh, we just go to the color. Luminance here to emission to black. And we can turn this distant light on. And then turn up the brightness of it, of the sky, which would be how would we do that now? I've forgotten here. Because now that there's no lumens, we take that image off. That darkens it a little bit. Turn off our distant light again. Okay, now it's kind of in the ballpark, so we can go 5. There we go. And now we go here. There. Now we compare that to, so we have a kind of nice sky there that's got some detail in it. And then we have this distant light. I'm a fan of these distant lights. They just are really amazing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the distant light focus thing right there. So let's go to the distant light. And having the distant light here behind my plane is probably not a good idea. We're looking up the stairs kind of this way. Now the distant light dongle thing is right there. Let's do this. Move it up here, over here. Come on. Oh, let's just do this in texture shaded. Okay, let's go to the camera and see if we can see it. No, I'm not up far enough yet. It might be underground too. Let's see. Perspective view. No, it's up in the air. Let's see if we can see it now. There it is. It's just, okay, Control L. Can't see it. Oh, there they are. They're under, or they are under. Distant light, where's my distant light? Just gotta go here. There. I think right about in here where the sun is going to be our focus of the sun, of the distant light. Now we can take this distant light and kind of move it around, rotate it. Why? When it goes dark, it's going behind our plane. Let's see what it looks like when we got this kind of semi-dark. We can rotate it like this now. This is straight down. That's kind of nice. Bring it from this angle. Kind of like his image, put it behind the rock. That's kind of wild. Bring it up a little bit. Somebody's not having a good day. Okay, that just rotates it. That doesn't really do anything. So let's bring it towards the front a little bit. That's towards the back. That puts it behind our plane. This brings it the other direction. Now I think if I put this rotate on, then we can let's go into this 9. Control 9 brings us into, okay, turn the light on and let's see what we get. Can't see what I'm doing here. I must be behind the oh, it might be too low on the horizon. Let's see what that did. Well, let's take a look at this perspective view and see where where our point light is. Well, let's look through the point light, the distant light I mean. Okay, we're in the wrong, we're in behind here again. This is what I wanted to do, is come Okay, let's take a look at this from the camera. It's kind of coming straight at it, like it's coming from behind the camera. That's really, and that blows the heck out of the light out of our sky. It kind of does everything. So we take the distant light down, then some more to 50. To 25. This is kind of interesting. Now I would say we gotta have some shadows. This is interesting, it's kind of a little spooky. We take our plane now, we can go to our plane surface, bring that down a little bit. It's all a matter of like working everything around that one. So we bring this down to 2. Down to 1. 0.5. Looks like the sky from The Wizard of Oz. Point 1. Notice we have color. We're coming at this from a fairly. I find that these. Okay, let's look through our distant light again. Let's do it this way. This is the angle he kind of chose. See, we have this really hard shadow now. This shadow, this might be just too hard of a shadow for this. The only way to fix this hard shadow is with using an HDRI. So I think we're better off using this distant light to create this, the side. This side look here. From here. Create this look coming through the trees to get the long shadows there. Yeah, see, I really like this. And then we can take our plane Bring that back up again to like 1 or something. Or 3. I think this is the look I'm looking for, kind of. And so we can just give this distant light a little bit more. This is definitely what I like. This is a this is what and then we take give this distant light a little bit more. So we go to 30. 50. Yeah, see, this gives us a nice contrast look. And if we want to shorten the shadows a little bit, just bring this up a little bit. Camera. It's funny how, you know, with a photograph, you have to wait till the exact right time of day to get that perfect photo. And that's what we're dealing with here, is that same kind of thing. Now this cloud, okay, what happens if we move this down a little bit? Or move this sky around? Since we're not, oh, that looks nice. See, now we have something here that's really kind of special. It's just a little bit more. These flowers are in shade. Let's see what a render does. Happy trees. Happy, happy trees. You see, this, I think this is, I like this, okay? I think this gives these shadows here, these hard shadows, and I'll give it a kind of realism that so, and you know, and you have this kind of thing versus just everything kind of soft shadows. And I mean, this looks very nice too, as well. So it's all depending on the mood that you want with your scene. And you can soften the shadows by then introducing an ambient light into your scene, or you can just add another distant light. And so we just add another distant light like this. And that's where this distant light is. Like this. Oh, edit, undo. We don't want to move the camera. And then we take this distant light. We bring this down to 50. See now, or we go to 25. This one's coming straight on, I think. Where is this distant light to? Yeah, it's coming straight at us. And so we can just slightly brighten things up a tiny bit. Let's see, now go to 10. Yeah, see, so that just takes a little bit of the bite off of that. Brings these flowers out. You get your soft shadows, plus you get the hard shadow, the shadows that are not present in this. There's just hardly, there's a little bit of shadow here, a little bit of shadow there, but these are not giving those long kind of shadows intermixed in with your scene. It's all a matter of what you want. I kind of like these. It just adds a little bit more detail into your scene, that realism. But it's a matter of choice. It's just how do you get the shadows when you want them, and that's the whole thing. And really, that's what this series that I've done on is to make you think about lighting in a more broader sense. What's right and what's wrong? I'm not I'm not knowledgeable enough to really give you a concrete answer and to say, well, you have to set this, to 1, and that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Set this tone mapper to 1. Okay? I tend to think that setting it to 1 is a little extreme, because then you end up with numbers like in your environment options at like 005 and all for intensity. And so my thing is to say, let's save this mountain pass. I'm kind of happy with this the way this is right now. So let's go File, New again. And let's take and put another outdoor scene, because we want to deal with outdoor lights. Rocky Place. Let's do this. Rocky Place preset. Merge into scene. It's going to probably change some of our environment settings and change. That's what they do. Okay, so we're going to find a place. Well, let's keep edit undo. Let's go to, since I merged it into scene, the perspective view, let's go and create a default camera. And let's go to the camera view. And apparently this is where they want us to, where it's all from. So what I'm going to do is change this, go into texture shaded, and let's move this where we want the scene. Move the scene instead of moving the camera. So we're going to go X translate over here maybe, and Z rotate maybe, X translate. I'm not sure that this scene is what I'm looking for here. A rocky place, let's see. Let's go Z translate. Let's go this way. Rotate this again. Y. Okay, we're keeping our camera in one place and we're moving the land around. So Y translate. Okay, we'll rotate. We're moving the land out. You get confused a little bit sometimes. X translate. I think I'm moving my camera and I'm not. Okay. Y again. Let's go Z this way. Let's rotate it again. Let's go Z. We're moving the land again, remember? Y rotate. And Z. So we can get a kind of scene where we want it to be. X. I don't know why those rocks look like they're like unfinished. Z. And okay, let's see what this looks like. No idea whether if it kept my tone mapper. Okay, this actually, I'm just not getting the kind of foresty kind of thing from this, so let's go. Okay, this one looks good, this path. Let's merge it in and see what happens. Merge into scene. I hope it's a different artist so we can, not that I love that last artist's work, just so that we can get a whole different perspective. Somebody's head is in the ground. Okay, again, I don't want to move my camera. Edit. Undo camera, but I don't mind orbiting it a little bit to the front. Okay, this looks nice. Okay, this right now, I think we've got a scene right now. We took the face out. That's a little creepy there. So, let's see. This is an Iray. So, I think. Now, let's make sure that this is an Iray scene. So, we'll go to surfaces. Let's pick one of these things, the grass group. Grass. And base color. Yeah, so this is Iray. So now let's go to our tone mapper and see what if it reserved, remembered. So no, it's changed the scene, the tone mapper. It reset the tone mapper. So we're going to go to 1 again. And we're going now the environment options. it reset them. So I think in what we're going to do is turn off the environment. We're just going to go scene only. So we don't have to set the environment yet. We're going to add this distant light. So the first thing to do is add the distant light. And the distant light is really strong. So let's go then into, again, this tone mapper. And let's change this to like 8 until the distant light, like 5, until the distant light looks kind of natural. So let's go 4. So let's not change the distant light's parameters, but let's change the exposure value. Okay, now we can go in through our distant light and bring it up so it comes into the scene a little better. Now let's go back to our scene camera. It's really bright, so let's now go to this exposure and go 3, 2, and look where we're ending up back to, oh, okay, so now actually we're going now to 7. Okay, 6. So this is just changing the exposure value to fit your lights. So you don't have to, and that's an idea. Now let's take this distant light and turn it off. Let's put a radial light in this scene, okay? A point light. and move it up like this. Oop, I'm doing something weird with it. I didn't know we could do that with a point light. Oh, scale it. Okay, undo scale. Let's go into this and bring it up, move it up. And let's move it over. And now it's registering. No, there's no other light in the scene. When I turn the point light off, the scene is black, pitch black. Now actually the sky is putting off some kind of light. So we have to go to the environment options and turn this to black. That didn't work. Okay, it should say scene only, and scene, environment options. Okay, let's go dome and scene, but get none. Now that usually changes that too. When I change the tint to black, I'm not good at this, at getting the sky black every time. I seem to forget every time how to do it. Okay, turn the dome on, and the dome is black. It's putting out no signal, color. So now we can turn back on. That may have changed our distant light a little bit, so point light. So now we have a point light in the scene. And this light kind of looks fine now with this. We set this for... Let's go back and check our distant light. Make sure that's still right. Okay, so we set this so that it looked right with the distant light. And the distant light, that kind of looks nice. I would say maybe we could go with our tone mapper and bring the exposure down, up a little bit to like 8. No, 8. It's, I don't know, it's, but let's go, like, it doesn't look like daytime to me, even though the sky is black. Let's go to 7 again. To 7, maybe 6. 6. Yeah, 6 kind of looks good. So that is our exposure. So then when we just, and that's the distant light stock. Whatever that means, somebody made that light and said that's the way a distant light is supposed to be. That's the default power. So this is all just experimentation. And then so we turn the distant light off, and now we go to our point light. And see, this seems a little bit low, but the point light usually you don't want things. But at least when you put the point light in the scene, it doesn't do anything, and it's still set at 1500 lumens. So now let's take and figure this out. Let's go back to our environment tone mapper, and when we change this now to 5 or 1, now it seems as though this is set up not for the distant light, but it's this one value is for our point lights and things like that. And that the distant light you have to attenuate. This looks pretty nice at 1. Now let's turn this light off. let's put in a spotlight and see if that 1 works with our spotlight. So we're going to take and look through the spotlight, come up here, go to 9, Control 9 to go into texture shaded mode, and turn this down like this and come out a little bit. And now go back to our camera, text and Iray. This should look just like this point light pretty much. It should have that. Well, it's kind of intense, but it's actually usually when you put a spotlight in the scene, it doesn't show anything. Now, if we just move this away a little bit more, spotlight, and move it up from the scene a little more. Okay, well, that's a lot. So, but let's go to the camera view. So it's kind of lighting at this one. It's kind of lighting. So if you wanted to pick a happy medium between your point light and your distant light, and I would say that 5 is probably a good value. 5. And so we have this point light, spotlight. It's giving some kind of thing off, and we have the point light now. That's putting something off. It's lighting the scene. And let's see, our distant light is going to be bright. But it's not completely washed out. It's almost like the way the sun would look. So then you only have to do, now what if we were to go, any more like 6? Then I don't think we'd see much effect from our spotlight. So now the distant light looks really natural, 6. But then the point light, I think I'm going to probably, like, now our point light would just have to go up a little bit more, and the spotlight. So we're just talking about adding a few things to the spotlight. We had to move quite a ways. So we could move this in now some. Okay. Camera. So that's nice. So all right, 5 or 6. Okay, I think the distant light being really bright was a kind of a problem to me. So I think I like the idea of the distant light being. So you have to. Now what other lights are there? These are the only like default lights we have. But now we do have another light. So we take all the lights out of the scene. And now we have one more light, and that is our HDRI. So the environment options. Now, did I set any of those environment options? No. So this is set. We don't have a map, so that the intensity, environment intensity, that is set to default. So let's add a map. Browse. Well, we got a map maybe. Or let's get a proper map, something that's okay. Let's go with this one. So we have a map, and now we have to set the tint back to of the sky back to white. And now this is blown right out of proportion. So our 6, the environment map says, well, I'm gonna come in and totally throw a kibosh in this. So what if we bring the environment map to 1? That's still too high, so 0.5. That's still too high, so 0.05. And that's not bad. But Let's see, is our sky kind of blown out? Let's bring this up like this so we can see the sky. Yeah, the sky is kind of blown out. Now it could be the this particular map. So let's pick another map and just try a few. Maybe this map, I don't know, maybe there are Iray maps, because I've seen like HDRIs for Iray. I don't know what that means. So let's try, let's see if we can find a map that says Iray in the title. Sunset City. Let's look for Iray. Okay, Iray sky. Let's see let's try this one. See what happens here. See, this is just as blown out as the other one. And so we would have to bring this down to all right, so 0.005. And this sky doesn't look bad. It doesn't look like, and it's really lighting the scene pretty evenly. So now where are we at with the tone mapper options? Now if we were to bring this down to 1, that would be really blown out. So I'm tending to think that, well, you know, so in 13 is our default. Now we go to the environment options and we do our Iray here to 0. Let's just do it at 1. Environment at 1. Okay, and so apparently that's why this is at 13, is because it's to accommodate the Iray, the HDRI map. And so you have to say, are you going to accommodate your lights, or are you going to accommodate the HDRI map? Because 13 is perfect for all the HDRIs. So you so that looks really, really nice. But okay, so but if we take this tone mapper, let's take this same scene and make it 1. Then let's go into the environment map. And it's not that hard to do, to take our HDRI and bring this down to 0.005. No, 0.0. And now the sky kind of looks blown out. Let's see. I might just be having the wrong number, like 0.001. Well, that's not too bad, 2. And so by just changing that, let's say 2. See, this looks about the same. I think this looks a little softer actually in 3. I don't know, but I just like this better. Something about something with my eyes says that it's softer in front. that it looks, that it has a softer appeal to it. What I should do, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to lock the camera here, edit, and we're going to render. Angus, welcome. We are still working on lights. We are going into deep depth about lighting. So we're going to render this at, and welcome back. Welcome. Hi, Angus. How are you today? Okay, that's our little puppy saying hi to you with his little puppy voice. So yeah, let's see what we've got. Hello, Angus. I know. I think they're funny. All right, I get a laugh out of it. I'm sorry. I think they're cute. They love to say hi to you, Angus, and I can't stop them. I get here and they push all the buttons and they want to say hi. So yeah. All right, so we're going to take now and render this, okay? This looks pretty nice, I think. This natural look kind of looks. So what? I mean, so you know, in the ballpark. I was going to lock the camera, but I don't need to, as long as I render them both from the same. Okay, I love. Oh, I think they would be loving to be there with you, Angus. That would be very nice. They would love to be with Angus. Yes, I'm going to put them on the bus and send them there. This looks really nice. This scene, the artwork is just absolutely primo. The grass just looks so real. The textures, look at the ferns here. So let's save this, cancel this. This is enough. There's probably 1,000 iterations. We're up to almost 1,000. Yep. Look at all these render windows open. Okay, I don't really believe I left them all open. So this is our render window. So we're over 1,000. So we'll cancel this. Yes, cancel. And now we're going to call this some kind of name. It would be something that I haven't used before. We'll call it Outback. Just we'll call it Outback. Okay, not Edda. Out. Because I haven't done anything with that word. Okay, Outback 1. And this is this would be Outback 1. This is low. This is one Outback 1. I think we'll say it just Outback 1 because I think we've set our environment options tone mapper to 1. So we're going to go Outback 1. Okay, exposure level. Now we're going to set that to 6 to 13. Okay, and then we're going to go to our environment options. And we're going to set this, I believe the default, well, let's set it, the default is 2, reset. Okay, it's a little bit brighter. And the sky looks washed. So at default, this Iray sky looks a little, but I'm not going to change it. Okay, now we're going to go to Tone Mapper and see those. So this is all set to default, and our environment map is all at default. So we're going to render this. We're going to call this Outback 2. and wait till it hits about 1,000 iterations. Now this is going to look more vibrant because it just is. We went to 1. Now if I had gone to maybe to like 0, I think it might have looked like this. I don't know. 290. Let it get to 1,000, roughly 1,000, so we can give it a have the we're going to call this Outback 13 because that is the exposure. To me, that sky looks washed out. So this is default. It makes me wonder if the person, okay, we're going to cancel this. Yes. Outback 13. Okay. Save this. Now, let's go into our files and look at them. We're going to go to PNG, Outback. Outback 1 and Outback 13. Let's look at this one first. Now this one, we just set it at 1, and then we set this one at 1, and then we set the image at like 0003 or something like that. So some arbitrary number. If I could have probably matched it better. And this is default. This is what this is supposed to, this is supposed to look like. This is the default of, so the default isn't right anyway, okay, because it's too washed out in the sky. Maybe if I switched it to a different angle, and I suppose a sky could look like this. It could be that washed out if the sun is just that bright that particular day, and it could be shining off water or something. Maybe there's some kind of thing in the scene that is making it do that. But this is default, and this doesn't really look right anyway. Okay, so just relying on your default, you have to go in and change the environment anyway. It's just not right. So, and this is much nicer to me. It looks a little bit grayer, maybe a little more contrasty. But so I don't know. This is actually, there's something to say about the. I think this looks more kind of delicious in this area. That looks way too contrasty, way too much. But this kind of looks lush and nice. So like a hot sunny day kind of thing. But this is more defined, I think. So I could just go in here now. Let's try to make this, just minimize this. We'll go back to 1, we'll go back to Tone Mapper, back to 1. And I believe now for the environment options I used 0003.0003. Yeah, see, that looks like about the right. So I'm off by a few. So we would go to 5, maybe. Yeah, and so that brought that. Even the contrasty look doesn't look quite as bad. All right, let's render this. So it makes me wonder if any of this really matters. If it just doesn't really matter, it's just a matter of dealing with numbers, arbitrary numbers, and having to work with gigantic light numbers, you know, thousands, in the thousands. When you add a ghost light into the scene, it's even worse. So you're talking like 500 million, you know, just to get the light to shine on something. So this looks really nice. So I think this is going to be a kind of a test, because now we have the lush green, but does the sky look as blown out? Is there something, you know, the response of the lights, is there really any difference? Or is it all just numbers and it doesn't matter? That's you know, something I don't really have an answer for, other than the way it feels. This feels right. I thought that the image that we had before, okay, this is done. So we go here, cancel. Yes, I should set it to stop it in. Okay, this is would 0, 0. Okay, we'll just go 13,0005, I think it is. Yeah, 0005. I don't want to put a point in there, but save. That would be EM. Okay. Now we should have 3 of these. Out back. Yeah, and now this is our default, the 13 map. Okay, and see, I think this looks kind of contrasty. I don't really like the way this looks in here. But this one, this one seems to take that particular area and do a better job with it. Now the sky, and it could just be maybe like if I went to 6, we'd have this. So this, now I don't think this is nearly as pretty as this. So I see much more just a softer feel to this. And now if we go back to here, and now what happens now, 5 would be, so if we go 6, that's probably that other color. So let's render this, and this would be EM006. And so it seems as though there's not much difference just leaving it at 13, and then you don't have to go in and change all your lights and change all of your things. Things are going to be more in the ballpark. You're going to have to deal with larger camera number, putting a camera in the scene. The thing is that, you know, it would be nice if the HDRI, you put it in and it had the same intensity by default that your spotlight and, you know, and your other lights, that they all seem to work the normal way. You put a flashlight on and boom, out comes the power of the sun. You know, it's like, it, you know, this, you know, it seems as though, but, you know, when you do put the distant light in, the distant light is 1,500 illums. It's much, much brighter. You can't tell me they're the same amount of illums as the spotlight, because they're not. Okay, we're at 1,000 now here. Again, cancel that. And this is be 0006. 6. Okay. And let's go back here. Okay, let's look at this. This is our 0006. And this is much more contrasty, but I don't mind this area. It seems to be less noisy. And now this is our 13. This is the default. And see this, maybe I didn't let it render as long. I don't know. I like this better, really. And this is setting, this looks crisper, it looks softer, it's just the way my eyes see things. This rock, look at this rock here. Yeah, it may not have gotten as much of as long of a render. This doesn't look as nice to me. This is our 13. This is setting, leaving it default at 13, and this is not. This is 1. That should be called 1. These are 1, not this is 1, I believe. This one is 1 as well. This is 1005, 006. Can't have that. All right. Did that by accident. 006 is supposed to be that. Delete. And this is 1005. And this is 13, and that's 1 at, I think maybe, see, this is 003. 3. Okay. So this is 0003. This one is the, probably, I don't know, I might light this up a little more and leave the sky. So it needs a light within here, something, car lights, there's headlights or something. This is, the sky's just too boring and blown out. But then this looks the best in here for lighting. So probably if I turn the sun towards directly at this, then the sky might not be as blown out. I'm not sure. We have to look at the sky and find out where the sun really is. And then this one here, but just comparatively, this one is a little bit less blown out in the sky. And then this is 13. And I just don't see, I think this, it's like this image, it's like somebody moved the camera right before it's shot. It's like it doesn't have the definition. And this is default. Doesn't have the crispness that this has. No, it just doesn't. So I don't really know what to say about this, whether so I would say that, you know, this tone mapper, this is where it comes down to this exposure value. And according to photographers and people who work with lights and all, that 1 is supposed to be the value that and then everything else works around that. So, and I know that most like really professional DAS, they always change the exposures, and I think they change it to something like 10. They do bring the exposure down, I believe. I don't believe most professional DAS artists mess with this exposure before they start their image. Always mess with it. So let's go to 10, and then we go to our environment options and see where this, so we go to 10, and then we don't have to have all these numbers here. We go to 6. Okay, and maybe this could be 9. So then we don't have to go way into the negatives with this. What if we go to the environment map of 1? Okay, and then where does that, so where if our environment map is at 1, always set the environment map to 1. Then come in here to your exposure level and say 12. Okay, so this would just drop, and normally the environment map by default is at 2. So and what if we, yeah, so that by default it's at 2, which isn't really that. And now that looks, and this is at 12. And when you bring that to 13, it's really washed out. No, it's kind of, yeah, it's less. So we bring it to 10. So this is at 1. This is at 2. So we go to, let's 0, 0, 0, 1. No point. And then we go, then our tone mapper, or we go to 0.01, 0.1. Where does this bring it down to? Like 10? This kind of looks right here, like it's the way it probably should look. And where is exactly is our sun? This scene may not even have a sun. Let's go to perspective mode. Let's go up in the sky here, and let's look at our sky. It does have a big sun. And the sun is right. Okay, so we're here. The sun is shining right down. It's off to the left of us. Camera. So it's coming through here. This from that angle. That's why everything, okay, so it looks kind of lit up like that. It's coming from that angle, and it's keep creating shadows here. Okay, so, and when we look at this sun perspective here, see, this looks kind of natural. Now let's see what this sun looks like with default. And I bet it's all blown right out. So let's go to our exposure value at 13. And then we go to the environment options at 2. See, that's blown right out. That sky is blown right out. So I don't think the default for these HDR, I would say 1 is probably more likely. 1 is, I mean, you can't even see this detail here when we go to 2. It's just hardly there, but maybe, I don't know. I think this looks too. Now let's go back to 1. See, this sky just looks a little more inviting to me, but then the sun looks kind of a little bit fake. Because I think the sun isn't just like kind of sort of that perfectly round thing. But let's go now into the environment map. Let's try a few more skies and see just maybe in what is this HDRI kind of sky thing. Let's just try some and see what we've got here. Okay, this is default. And oh no, this is not default. This is default too. See, that looks about right. Then we've got a bright spot here. That bright area. That's the sun area. These are supposed to be in the scene. And we go back to our camera view. And this is lighting the scene pretty nicely as well. So let's see, we take this now down to 0.0006. Go to the tone mapper and bring that to 1. Now this looks kind of washed out. What did I do here? Okay, 0, let's go 003. So, all right, now the sky here, this looks like kind of digitized, and I didn't notice that before. So let's go here to the okay, I'm having some weird thing with my okay, so I don't really know. I'm not seeing enough of a difference here to warrant a change in not using 13, and just go back to, because of the trouble of going through and having to edit your scenes and change all the lights in a scene and all, just and then try and get some kind of balance again. And you know, it's probably not even enough to want to go and having the HDRI just work the way it's supposed to work when it comes in the scene, I think is really important. More important than the lighting, because the lighting is localized, where the HDRI is global, and it's kind of more important to get that global lighting and then fidget with the localized lighting is a much better approach. So I never noticed this digitized. Now let's go back to the default again, 13, and see if that's still digitized looking. 13 environment. Now we go back to 2. Yeah, it still looks, but it looks a little more wispy, a little more blurred. This all looks kind of blurred to me, but it might be just because there's more. So I think I'm going to go back to the 13, using the default, and only because of the HDRIs, because the HDRIs depend on the default, these default numbers. And then you don't have to go in and change all your scene lights and all. And let's try another HDRI in here with the standard lights. You know, that makes a lot of sense, Jason, that the HDRIs, that the space ones, they, in order to create those, they had to really go in and mess with they're not just a photograph of a real sky kind of thing, where they've used those special HDR 360-degree cameras and everything. And so somebody, this is all artwork in here. And so, yeah, it's all dependent on the artists and their ability to create something that's not real and make it look real. So this is still a gorgeous HDRI, but I've seen you're right there. There's a certain, when an HDRI isn't an actual photograph, you're more likely to see banding and things like that in it than a photograph that's from a 32-bit kind of image. So let's, I think and welcome, Jason. Welcome. You are very welcome here. Thank you for coming in and watching this tutorial very much. So let's try a few more of these HDRs and look. Let's look at some of these. Now, I think this one is from an image. So this is why, now I would assume that they came up with an HDRI standard, and they said, this is the amount of light that an HDRI is going to generally give off, okay? And now this has that kind of old 50s photograph kind of look to the sky. It's that, but this does look like a photograph. But maybe, I'm not sure what it is. It looks like it was actually photographed on, maybe they added an effect to it. But it looks like some of my old Washington, D.C. photos from the 70s. So, but that's what we're dealing with is some of my slides. So I might have gotten that one from the HDRI Haven. I don't believe I bought that from Daz. Let's what's this, stars? So the night ones, again, you're right to point out that, Jason, that there's a big discrepancy with HDRIs. Many of them are all very, very, very different because they're all 16-bit or 30 will hold more light values to using them in rendering scenarios. Very nice. Oh, there is no standard. That's interesting. There is no, because they all seem to work in the ballpark. Like if I were to go with this 13 13 exposure value. Because if I change this night sky to maybe even like just 12, well, it's actually more even. But now the stars look kind of like fake and rounder. But if I go to 13, they're just obscured enough that they look like stars. This was made to be run with this exposure level of 13. Now if I go 10, or if I go down to 1, and suddenly this sky is totally different. It's like all of a sudden these stars come out of nowhere that weren't even there before. So this is very interesting. Indeed it is. So, but it seems that 13 is where it really grabs the sky. And it's hard to believe that all those other stars are there in this sky. So let's now these. So what we're doing is looking at these HDRs. Now I take a JPEG and I put the JPEG. Now if it's a very large JPEG, like it's 8K JPEG, and I'll put it on a plane, and then I will add that same image to the emission, and add the same image to the luminosity. That's theoretically what an HDRI is. It turns it into an emissive, and like with the environment options, you don't have like any of the options that you have, like very few. You have intensity and tint and rotation. And that's it for an HDRI. But when you put a JPEG onto a mesh, you have diffuse, you have all of those surface abilities, and emission. You have the lumens. You have all of the different. You have shine. You have all of the different things that you just don't have with JPEG. Yeah, see, I work with JPEGs a lot, and to me, the whole thing about the 32-bit or not being 32-bit. The only problem with that is color banding. Okay, where a 32-bit image isn't going to have the color banding, so it's just. To me, but when it comes to being able to have it emit light, I don't think that there's any difference between using a JPEG and an HDR, as long as you set the JPEG to be in your emission. You put the same image in the emission, then it's going to emit the colors that the JPEG is emitting, and you can also add it to the luminosity, and then it won't blow itself up. And if you turn up the lumens, it won't blow the image out. You'll get a little bit more travel out of your light without blowing the image up. So, but then you have all of these other settings that you can use also for that a surface shader has that you don't have in your environment options. And also, because it's on a plane, you can tile it, which you can't tile a an HDRI. So then you can actually get you can take like a 16K image and squeeze it down and just put it in your camera view and get, because a lot of times, even with an 8K HDRI, yeah, right. Using them as HDRI, I know what you mean. Now I see what you mean, as just loading them as an HDRI. No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't load a JPEG as an HDRI, because there's no way to add that those emissive things to it. But as an emissive plane, yeah, and also because a lot of times when I put an HDRI, it'll even be, if it's an 8K, I'll have this really pristine scene. But then because I render everything at 10,000 pixels, and so I'll look at my image at 10,000 pixels, and like this image here, let's get this image. Let's get an HDRI that's a real a scene kind of HDRI, and something that looks like this Baroque castle. I think this is an actual photograph. Yeah, and I will find that okay, now this is that. Now what happened to my scene? Okay, let's make sure this is at 13. That at standard 13, yeah, it is, and this one is at 2. Oh, I think it might have turned this dome and scene. Okay, this is my scene. It's just the ground or something, maybe. Oh, I think I went way up in the air. Okay, okay, here's our road. Okay, there it is. So we'll come in here and then come down, and yeah, I will I find that see, when I render things very large, it's so that I can see the detail. And so now we have the HDRI in the background here, and then we just go into our render settings, and let's go 10,000. I think this will render quite quick, even though it's at 10,000. And so we do a quick render. It will at least get, once it gets up to about 20 or 30 iterations, it'll be evident what I'm saying here. So this looks like a photograph kind of HDRI, but you notice now that we have this beautiful detail here. And this is probably let's see, this is probably at least an 8K now HDRI. But when we look at this is terrible. This background image, it's like almost indecipherable of what it is. And to just have that as a backdrop in your scene is just horrendous. And let's see, now let's cancel this render. Let's see if we can find one that's, I'll find I think I've got some 24K HDRIs. I mean, the sky is so big in DAZ. The sky dome, okay, wait for the program. The sky dome is so large that even an 8K or 16K image looks like crap. And that's no reflection on DAZ. It's just the way it is. And so we go now to browse, and I have all of mine here. So let's see what happens when I go. Well, let's look for something that says 24. Let's see if I type in, I think I've got some 24-bit ones here. Okay, 24K. 24K. Yeah, let's put in a 24K HDRI. This one says let's do this one. See, now that shrink the sphere. Is that new? Because I don't think that like 4 or 5 versions back from that that there was that ability to do that, and I looked everywhere and I asked about that, and I think they've added that in. So now let's do a quick render here. This is a 24K, and we are. Oh, thank you. That was a good oversight. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to cancel this render? Yes. I did not know I did that, and that I would have been making a point that would have been moot. Okay, here we go. Close this. It's like, where did all the artifacts come from? So let's see. Let's go back into the 24-bit. And I'm working with 23090s here, so we can render this. You are very right. We click the JPEG. Okay, let's go to the 24, because it wouldn't have shown we were looking for like an EXR or something. Oh, we're in the JPEG folder. We've got to go into, okay, 24. All right, now this is showing the others with it. We'll go with, I kind of like, okay, this is the Rainforest Trail. Let's go with this one. This is a 24K. I probably did that the last time too, so, and I think that's why you asked me about JPEGs, Jason, is because you're saying you loaded a JPEG. Did you mean to do that? So, okay, this is loading a 24K image. This is in the Apple EXR format. And why do I have a little square down here in the corner? I'm not sure. So this is taking a while. Okay, here we go. Look at this. So this is a 24K. Let's take a render of this and see what this looks like, what kind of detail we have. This is at 10,000 pixels. It's the only way to really zoom in on your image and see. So now even with this 24K, it kind of looks blurry. All right, so we're going to take Jason's advice. Yeah, the JPEG is something that it's not maybe low resolution, but it's been because I copied the JPEG version. I copied my entire. I did a star.hdr and copied all of my HDR files out of my DAS library, copied them all and put them in a folder. Then I did a star.exr and copied all of my EXRs into the same folder. Then I went into Photoshop and did a batch convert, and they should all be the same size, but they've been compressed, and they've been they might have artifacts, and I think I might have saved them like at 10 or something. So I mean, this doesn't look absolutely horrible, but it looks blurry. It doesn't have the same kind of detail that's in our assets here. So now I think we'll take we're going to try taking Jason's advice, and let's go into a finite thing and see what happens when we, because I didn't, when I go into the finite thing, I just assume I can't resize it because there was a time when I tried to do that and I couldn't find a way to do that. Finite sphere. So we go finite sphere. And now I know there's a way to resize this. Dome scale multiplier. So what if we go at 25%? Is this going to make it so small that it's in our scene? Now let's go to 100 again. See, it didn't change it that much because we've got this tree here. See this, keep your eye on the tree here. And we go to 10%. Well, it changed it. But let's see what happens when we see. I don't see a dome here that I can click on to like zoom out to the parameter view perspective. What if I click on the environment and try to zoom out on that? No, that zoomed me way into the center of the scene. I didn't know it would do that. So if you ever need to get to the center of your scene, just click on the environment option. So let's click on the path to Greywood and see if we go out here. Okay, there we go. There is our finite. So we're outside. We're not. It's so small that it's not even. We're not even inside of it. So so this is interesting. So this reminds me of that product called Reshade. And I've used that to done some really nice stuff with Reshade. Have you ever? Yes, the compression artifacts would show. Have you ever used Reshade? Let's see. So now we can do something with this. We have our environment. Yes, it's the whole scene is outside of it. So we're gonna try to remedy this and get it so the scene is just inside. Okay, we're working with such a large HDRI that my computer is complaining. Okay, so where is this now? We're in the environment options, and I believe that's down here, the scale multiplier. Let's go to 50% and see how big this gets. Okay, now it's inside. So let's go to 40%, 30%, okay, how did this happen? How did we end up? Okay, I'm not sure what's happening. What's happening here? Because it's like my camera is still inside. Okay. It would have, okay, because I'm out really far. Okay, so 30%. So we may be even be able to go to 20% and still remain, well, within this. No, I'm not sure what's happening here because there's some trickery going on. It's not drawing the outside of the dome because the dome doesn't have a polygon. See, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Yeah, I am inside of it. It's just that it's doing the same kind of thing. Well, okay. What if we come down from the top? Now, it's no matter what, it's showing me outside of it. It's like no matter how I move around. Okay, let's put a gigantic sphere in the middle of the scene. Okay, so we'll put, just so we know where the center is, scene sphere, and let's put diameter. Let's go 100 and see how big this sphere is. Okay, well that's the center of the scene. So you're right, my scene isn't completely centered, but it's not like way out of center either. Okay, so we're inside of this. It's just an optical illusion. So let's go back. Yeah, see, I don't understand this, and it has part to do with I've noticed that spotlights do the same thing. They only show you so far away. There's something about the way that DAZ handles infinity, and it's the same way, like trying to find the sphere. I mean, I've sat there for like a half an hour zooming, trying to find the edge of the infinite sphere in DAZ, and you can't. You can't find the edge. It just keeps moving further away from you the closer you try to get to it. The infinite sphere is infinite for a reason. So now we're going to go and click on this sphere and go now to the sphere. Well, we'll go back to our camera view. So we're inside of this. It's just the way, the nature of the... So is it actually scaling this? And that's the question, is when we scale the sphere, is it doing some kind of trickery? Let's now, we are inside of it. So now we are right roughly at the center of the world here. If we put this right over our camera, we're at the center of the world. So if we zoom around, we are within the sphere. Okay, and so now we make the sphere. What happens when we make this sphere smaller? So we go to the environment options. Let's see how small can we, and still have a 360-degree view. Now my computer's doing this weird thing again. This 24-bit is just way overkill. So, but this is interesting. I love doing these kinds of like minute detail investigations of things. So we're now back into, and this is our finite sphere, and we're going to go down to, okay, the dome radius. Now that, okay, scale multiplier. So these, all right, so let's go to this and go 100%, because that might have something to do with the image. All right, now let's go to the dome radius and go 50. Now let's go back to our perspective view. I'm glad I kept that out there. Let's go to 10. Okay, I think I just messed that up. Okay, dome radius. See, this appears to do the same thing. But now let's go back into our scene camera, and we're still inside. Okay, and we look around. So this is very, very, very puzzling. Okay, and and I will say that this HDR looks, it echoes your point about there being no real standard for HDRs, because I think this HDR is a little bit blown out. And what's strange is it's not really lighting the scene properly. So this isn't what you would expect, okay? It's still kind of infinite. It's finite, but it's not really finite. Because if it was finite, we could just put this image, and you can load an HDR on. So let's take our sphere here and make this sphere. Let's scale it to 10,000. I don't think that's enough, but let's go to our perspective view. Okay, so let's go to 100,000. Okay, now this is inside of, okay, now we go to our perspective view. Now I'm not going to use a 24-bit, but let's put a 24-bit. Let's put an HDR inside this sphere. Okay, so the base color would be our HDR. Browse. Let's find one with the swirly clouds at the top that's meant to be in a spherical. Make sure we select an HDR. Okay, these ones have these circular things, so they're definitely a spherical. It doesn't matter what resolution. Okay, we're going to put that as our base color. And then we'll put that also as our emission color. Which one is this called? City. And then we put this as our lumen. Okay, we got to turn this to white. And then we put this as our lumens as well. Okay, and now we go back into our camera view and we turn off our HDR environment here. Let's unload that 24K file. I mean, this is not my first time putting a file inside of a sphere. I have done this many, many times, and the reason why I do it is because you can't resize these environments, even though it says, oh, you can. They give you this option. Okay, none. They give you this option to resize the. Okay, so we're going to get our. Well, I'll move up away from back here so we have this kind of nice little scene to work in the background here. And we'll bring this down a little bit more and then work with that like this. Okay. Okay, the lighting is really strange here. So now I can't tell where I am on this map. Okay, I want to be back a little further here. Yeah, this is where I want to be, right about here. Zoom in a little more. Okay. Now we don't have any weird planes or anything else cutting off our land and all. So this looks correct. Now we have, now our environment, we need to turn off. We want just scene only. And I think the environment tint should be black. Maybe. It doesn't matter, but just to make sure. Now we can take our sphere and now the thing is that the image is, look, this is a sideways, so this sphere is not oriented properly. So but let's take down our luminance a little bit. Now we're at 13 again, remember, our tone mapper. Just double check. Now what happens, we'll see when we go down to like 10. Okay, it gets much brighter. So 13, I have to I forget those things. Now, okay, so what we have to do now is go back to our sphere and go to 9. Now this will show up in texture shaded mode because it's on a sphere, which is even much nicer. So we're going to rotate this now. Which way? This way. Edit, undo. Let's do it Z. Yeah, Z, which would be 90. And then let's bring the sphere up a little bit. There we go. Y, translate. And now let's go back, go to our perspective view and see what we've got here. This is from the front. Let's see, let's do this from the front and zoom in a little bit. Now this is our image. Okay, just now let's turn the sphere off just for a moment and see how big it is. It's gigantic sphere. So let's make it a little smaller. The smaller we make it, the better our... Now also, we can now look at this sphere and surfaces. And our... it's 1 to 1. What if we go 2? And 2. No, that's okay. 2 and 2. Now, I don't think that did what I was expecting it to do, but so we want 1 to 1. 1 to 1, and that's supposed to fit just like, oh, 1. Fit perfectly in around this sphere. And I don't even see a seam. There's got to be a seam here somewhere. But some of these are seamless. Well, if it's a 360-degree image, no, there's no seam. And the center of the bottom of is our crossroad. It's very well done. So, what was I? Okay, I was just moving the perspective view. So let's go back to the front. Okay, now what if we scale this down just a little bit? We're at 1,000, 10,000. Let's go to 5 here. Yes, thank you. I know. I was thinking, where's the seam, and then all of a sudden it occurred to me that it was a 365 image. It's like, all right, okay, maybe I'm getting tired here. So so now we can move this sphere around. Okay, from the top. View it from the top, view, and zoom out on our sphere. And when we select the land, where is our land here? Ground, path. Okay, so that's where my camera is roughly. Or that's the center of our land. And okay, I'm just going to try and orient the sphere the way back to the camera, the way I think it should be. Now I've changed this. Okay, this is the front. So let's go here. Yeah, this should be about like that. So now we take and orient the sphere the way we want it to be. Rotate it. What, X? No, that would be, okay, Z. No. Y. There we go. And then translate it up. It's the bottom of the sphere. And Y rotate. And X. I think I've thrown off the 90. Oh, that didn't work. No, I just keep wanting to move the camera to fix it, and it's the sphere. Let's look back at our perspective view and see what we've done wrong here. Which one is it? It's this one. See, this one doesn't seem to have the kind of same ground kind of thing that some of the spheres have. Okay, go back to the camera view now. And the perspective, back to the perspective view. What we want to do is not that way, not that way, this way. All right, 90. Okay, I hope that wasn't, I didn't just cough, sneeze in your ear. 90. 90, okay. 0. Why can't I? See, that looks like on the y-axis, it's like going around. I think I'm going to have to orient this by going to the shader. This is one axis. See, they're both the same axis. This Z. Something is really messed up here. Let's go 90, 90. Okay, and 0. Let's go back to our camera view and orient it the way we want it. Which one is it? X? No. So that would be undo, Control Z, and Y. No, that's Control Z, Z. No, okay, so I think I've got to go, and that's Control Z, into surfaces. I think I've thrown off the vertical tiles. Okay, horizontal tiles. Offset, that's it. No, that's 0. There we go. And then the horizontal offset. So the way we fix this now is with our sphere is to go to this. Can't do it that way. Now it will let me throw this one this way. Okay, so now we've got something. Now what happens when we scale this down? Okay, 4. Okay, now we have it coming right through. Let's go to our perspective view. This is not at all what I expected this to do. Camera. All right, yeah, let's convert. I can't stand a sphere that doesn't have sub D. Now, okay, so, and then we can go to sub D, the sphere, and we can add the, bring that up to 5. Yeah, I don't think we got to go more than 5. Okay. Yeah, I cannot stand a sphere that is not round. And sometimes I'll just put enough sides into it just to make it round, but now let's see what we have here. Let's see what this, let's save, I think this does have a title to it. So now let's do a render and see what this, we've tried to make this as small as possible to fit this inside as small of a sphere as possible. I usually don't use a sphere. I usually use a plane, and I put, because I always have to mess with the sphere to do it, and it's too difficult to, it's like a lot of work to get the sphere to work. Why is this so blown out like this now? Hello, Ted. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming. I have been busy. I have been at this. Let's see, how long has this been going on here? I didn't realize that I was hiding my... We've been at this for 5 hours. Yep, 5 hours. So long, so far. So... something here is changing my render. Cancel. Whatever it is, it's just not right. Something's wrong. And it's not showing in... at work. Yes, 5 hours. We started this at 5 hours and 5 minutes and 59 seconds. Now 5 hours and 6 minutes. Been at it for a while. I'm gonna try to stay a little bit longer because Ted just got here. Now we go into Iray and see why did this get blown right out like that? Is it going to show up like this in Iray? Okay, good. At least. So we've got some kind of thing. So we go into our environment options and see if it's something here. No, it would be in the tone mapper. If we go to 1, so that's much worse. So 13. Okay, I know what it is. It's our it's the sphere, and the lumens on the sphere are too high. Surface, too many lumens. Here we go. Let's find this. The sphere surface. Why isn't it showing? Okay, luminance. Let's go down to to 30. See what that does. See if that's what it is. If it, yeah, okay. Just good guess. All right, so we have now this HDR file. So theoretically, I can just switch this with any HDRI. Save this as let's call it Metro, so we don't lose our work if something happens, if it just decides to close. Using these gigantic HDR files, it can happen. All right, well, Jason, please, if you guys can leave a like on my video, and also make sure that you are all, I don't know if Eve is still here. Please leave a like. It helps YouTube to share it and bring in more DAS people. More DAS people mean I learn stuff. And yeah, the beginning of this video, Ted, I show how to make soft lights. I learned last night about soft lights and how to make soft shadows. And it's only, you only have to watch like the beginning part to get it and say, wow, that's amazing. So you want to watch the beginning part of this video, okay? And then the rest is just me blathering on about all kinds of other stuff. But the yeah, Jason, please click the bell for notifications. So when I come back, you will you'll get a notification when I come back online. I really want you guys here because you teach me stuff too. We're all together. And this computer that I have is like a $10,000 computer. We have an i9 with 18 cores. We have 96 gigs of really fast, blazing fast Corsair RAM. We have two 3090s pooled together in SLI mode. This computer is for us to all do stuff together, to learn stuff together, to walk through things that we want to learn. It's all for us. So that's why I'm here. And so the more of you guys that come in, especially the DAS people, and Angus, of course, he doesn't work on DAS, but he's very interested in this, and Angus is my #1 supporter. So he has been my #1 supporter for well, going over 10 years. So Angus goes way back. He's watched every video that I've ever made here. Maybe missed one or two, and you know, parts of one or two. So he's been up. He's been here watching me when I. You have the Threadripper. Very nice. Yeah, I'm running 16 cores, 18 cores with, and 23090s in NVLink. Okay. So, Jason, you're styling, buddy. Yeah, you are. Very, very nice. 3960. How many cores is the Threadripper? I think my processor is a little faster than the Threadripper. I'm not sure, because I'm each of my cores are faster. Maybe they're running that. Mine running at 3 megahertz each, and that's 18 cores. So, but the I love AMD processors because even some of the weak ones work really, really nice with DAS. So I am a huge AMD. I've always owned Intels, but my streaming computer that I'm using to stream right now is an AMD, and that computer, when I use DAS on it, it's like butter in that computer. Now this one, I mean, I do run the 23090s in this, and also my current processor has 48 lanes. So this is for us to do stuff together with. Okay, this is our group project sessions where we can add information and stuff and test stuff out, and you know, and don't think that you're like sidelining or leading the whole thing off into a tangent or something, because that's what this is all about. It's unscripted. I don't come in here and have a certain thing that I have. There's nothing wrong with scripted tutorials as well. So, but I'm just saying I don't have a script. And so we can take these into a lot of different directions. So I'm going to bring this down as far as I can so we can see as much of this HDRI as possible. So let's now take this, excuse me, now 24 cores at 3 point, okay, so yeah, your Threadripper is much better than mine. Yeah. So 3.8. Mine's only 18 cores at 3.0 base. So, and I don't have mine boosted. I don't like putting water coolers in my computer. So I'm going to live with mine at the 3.0 base. Oh, so you're doing really nice, Jason. You have a nice system. Better than mine. Yeah, so very, very, very nice. I bet you even have better RAM than I do too. So, yeah. Excellent. So now I'm going to take this sphere, and I think what I have to do is use I want to show more of the HDR in the sky here. So if we offset this a little bit, I think I can do this here in, yeah, horizontal. No, we don't want to do that. We want to do this. Vertical. Oh, there we go. And then we should be able to pick what area we want of this city. It looks the most interesting. I'm glad I didn't. Okay, this looks good here. I think maybe here. Now let's go into here and see what our render looked. Now we've tried to take this image. Now I believe I can just take and put any HDR inside this sphere. That looks really nice there. It looks kind of foggy, and let's do a 10,000 pixel render. Today I noticed in the Daz store that the artists there are getting really good. Their art is getting good. Everybody's buying these really massive, systems. They're putting out really beautiful images. And their art is getting more refined. So we have, it makes it more difficult for me to stand out, because they're really, really good. Well, I can't speak for Ed. I can't speak for Ed, Ted, but I do think that that you might have been a little bit maybe aggressive in your opinion there. So, but I hope you didn't. I hope Ted didn't get run off either. I think we have to be, when we have disagreements, we have to approach them a little bit softer. That's just my opinion. Okay, but you're welcome here, Ted. And even if you have a cantankerous way of expressing yourself, it's okay. I think we just need to soften our. I think that was just a little hard. The way you expressed yourself, maybe a little there. So, but it's okay. The fact that you care about it enough to say something is a good way of kind of saying of caring, and that's what it's all about, is caring about each other. And so that's all good. Now this image, now we get down to my image here. Now this is taking a lot of time. This might be a 24-bit image here. I'm not sure that we've stretched inside of this sphere. So it's saying, it's only saying that there are two people here, and I know that there are at least, it's okay. Ted, I think everybody has their moments when they say something inappropriate, something that's off color, or something that's harsh. And I used to be an alcoholic, and myself, and I've been sober for going on 6 years. But there's a part of me that's still alcoholics are often prone to anger, and so I have to catch myself and say no, that kind of, it's so I have residues of my past behavior that comes in. And it happens. It can happen often. And so I can't fault anybody else. All I can do is point it out and say, hey, we have to get along. We have to all love each other. And that's all I can do, is kind of point it out. Now I'm not sure the resolution of this image, and this is taking a long time, even for this to, rectify is kind of the word that I use, one of the words I like to use when I'm talking about describing. If Ed comes in, just find some way, Ted, to say, I may have been, I may have just been too colorful about the way I, something, I don't know. It was just maybe try to say something to let him know that you didn't, that maybe that you could have worded that a little bit softer, and I think you could have personally, but there again, like I said, I'm dealing with the past where I used to have the same kind of thing happen. So I especially when I get out in traffic, and I don't have a car and I don't drive right now, but I think the world is very happy that I don't, because it's almost like this is rendering has thrown this to my CPU. What we're like, 159. That's not too bad at 10,000. So this is not too bad. It's a little bit grainy off in the distance, so we'll cancel this. Let's try another. Now I think all I have to do is just load into this an HDR file, and we can try different ones. I'm going to lower the resolution a little bit so that it's not at 10,000. We'll go by like 8,000. Okay, so we'll go by 8. That should be enough to kind of look at the back and see the detail of our. So, all right, here we go. Back to the editor. And now we have our sphere selected. Oh, my computer just crashed. So, all right. It's saying that on, I don't know what it is, if it's a temperature thing or. Well, I'm Norwegian, and us Norwegians know how to put away, how to swig down some spice wine, So my dad was a good Norwegian too. So yeah, I think us Northern Europeans and just Europeans in general or European stock. We drink like crazy. So, but I've got 6 years of going on 6 years. So I have to restart my computer. So, probably something to do with that render, that 10,000 render, and I was really pushing it. So I think for a moment, my temps may have jumped. So, yeah, my life changed. I became when I quit drinking, my life changed in ways that I had hoped would happen. This is beautiful. A lot of these images, we look at them and we just assume they're real, and Microsoft is notorious for putting out images that are not. Now I have to I can't type my password here, so I have my PIN. So I have to hide my top-down camera. Okay. We come back here. Okay. So yeah, Microsoft is notorious for flashing pictures in front of us that are fake, and I love it because they get me every time. I think this desktop, it's like, look, okay. So I hope my audio is going to keep running here. Okay, we're going to go here to yes. It's like this image. It's part of one of the Microsoft's wallpaper kind of things that you can download off the internet. And this just doesn't look real here. It's beautiful. The sun doesn't look that real, really. And the fact that these ice caps over here on the side are so really like, they look like something out of the last ice age. And then this is so, there's no coastline at all. The grass just goes right into the water. But it could be real. I don't know. It could be somewhere in Iceland, you know. But I don't think it is real. So yeah, my life changed a lot. There were things that I was trying to do, like YouTube. It was like 3 months. I was on YouTube for 10 years trying to get some kind of channel going. And I couldn't get a channel going. And I quit drinking, and it was like 3 months after I quit drinking, my channel, I woke up one day and one of my videos that had like 30,000 views overnight. Yeah, well, there for months and months and months, this channel, the only person that's come in has been Angus. So Angus, and Angus is awesome. So Angus is my #1 supporter. So Angus is thrilled that there are new people here, that he can. I think he enjoys the chat. I know he enjoys the chat, and he enjoys having other artists here and other people here. Angus is just like me. He's beside himself with appreciation now. So I can turn this top-down camera back on, so you can see what I'm doing with the keyboard. So what are we going to do next? I think that whole putting the HDR in the sphere, it was interesting. Let's and now the tone mapper. So I'm tempted to just keep because of what I learned, okay, because I started out trying to say that according to like what. Well, that's very nice. That's very nice, Angus. Well, you're the backbone of my supporting community. And so I really appreciate having you here, and all of the nights, all the videos that are on my channel. I think I'm getting close to a few hundred. Angus has been here for every single one of them. So he is. It's awesome. It's Angus is awesome. So we are here, and so let's go. I'm going to go through. I have 9,000 DAS models. Okay, so we go through and and I look through the products, and maybe I'll look through some of the utilities and see if there's any particular utility here that I use a lot, or something that just maybe I might not find anything in utilities, but let's pull this over a little more so we got 3 layers, and go to utilities and just look through some of the utilities that I have. Now, I'm not sure why it's showing all these other products, but shapeshifter, we got ultra scatter. Okay, now this is this tool set. I want to go through that at some point because what's really nice is about this utility is that you can, in your scene, you can just click on, you can put some of these icons like down the side and down this side. I've seen that people do that, put toolbars. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to put toolbars down the side and down here, but I would love to have a toolbar row down the side and down this side, because I get rid of a bunch of tools that I don't use. Like I don't use this Ski Navigate. I don't use this either. I just click on something to, I don't use this universal tool. No, I haven't. Sometimes what I do, maybe I've been to it, and I don't take offense by that question. I support Ukraine, okay, but but when it comes to free assets like OBJ files and everything, when I need something like an OBJ file, something, well, all of a sudden I say, well, I want my characters to be playing Jacques or something, and I wonder, or like I need a Rubik's Cube or something. Well, I'll just go to Google and I'll type in free OBJ files, and and see what comes up. And I only do that when there's something that I don't have. Like I'll go into my files and find out that I just don't have, like a carnation or something. It's just something that's really weird, like that, just like a gardening rake or something. Just something that I don't have, and I normally don't. I won't go and buy it because I find that a lot of these sites that they want $500 for a Rubik's Cube or something, and it's just I'm not like MSNBC or something. I'm not some gigantic news agency that can pay for $500 for an OBJ file. So okay, see, accessories, hide all accessories, hide all clothing. See this one? And these are pretty nice. I don't know how they work, and I would imagine they don't work perfectly. Hide all shoes. What would be a really good one would be this, hide all hair. So let's see what happens when we try to explore. We'll go to create a custom action. What if we to favorites or whatever? I think I'll just throw that in my into my favorites. Okay. So now up in the favorites, we've got this. I can just open that and it'll hide all the hair. And shoes. Okay. Set tools. Set resolution level. Okay, what are these? Scene tools show only this. Okay, these are nice. So these show tree show. Oh, it shows the tree. Oh, okay. Now, all right. So this is important. So I can the script. Okay, what's this? The tree hide. Okay, we're going to go and add this to favorites, and add this to favorites. And the show tree, I don't really need that. Okay, to open the tree. It's usually always open. And okay, so now we go into favorites, and we have this tree hide. So let's put something in the tree with a lot of stuff in it. Let's test this out. So we'll go into and we'll load a. So that's called DAZ Studio 4 Scene Tools Set, and there's I think about 4 or 5 of these tool sets. So there are more of them. They're all part of this whole group of massive tools. Tool sets. And I know I have at least 2 of them. So, all right, now rather than go through all of this, we'll go to the DAZ store and close this. Go to the DAZ store. Tool sets. Okay, and so there's mechanic tools. No, this isn't what. All right, let's go back here and see what. There's maybe another name along with this. Where is that? Okay, let's see. Where did that tool set go? I think it's up here. Oh, here it is. DAZ Studio 4 Scene Tools. Scene Tools. Scene Tools. And I think there's a bunch of them. Yeah, Scene Tools. There's this one. This one. There's more. I think there's at least 4 of them. Okay, I own that positioner and grabber. See, some of these I've never learned how to use. So these are going to be things that we're going to be going into, is going to be utilities and how to use them and all. So this is page 1 of, right, so I believe out of all this, there's 4 of these on this page somewhere. Scene tools, animation tools set. So these are 2 of them, and now, all right, this is Scene Tools 2. I am sure I own this. Maybe I bought it in a kit, or maybe I looked at it many times and wanted to buy it. Okay, this is $18 right now. It's not on sale. So, okay, I am sure I own this, but now this one, I'm not sure. This is not one that I'm as inclined to buy. High geometry of selected surfaces. Show geometry, selected surface. Adjust sensitivity, slower, adjust sensitivity, normal. Reset pose tree, lock joint tree pose. See, these are not hide scene lights. Now that's kind of interesting, but these are I think I would buy this just for the hide scene lights, but but it would have to be, you know, I wouldn't pay more. It'd have to be on an 80% sale. That's everything has to be on. It's not just because of this or whatever. I have to buy things on an 80% sale. So here we go. Now let's type in tools. I know I have more tools, okay, here. Transform tools. Scene tools, set 3. See, so this is another one. And animation tools set. Transform. So here's another one. And this flip tree pose. Mirror. Okay. Core pose. Now see, this is a really nice one because and see, so a lot of times I see you can do this by just using Control, is it J, Control K, or Shift J, alternate J. There's an alternate K. Oh, it's alternate Y, alternate Y, Control Y, Shift Y. Okay, so what we do is let's put a figure in the scene. I don't know if it'll work with a Genesis 9, so it's better safe than sorry. We'll work with this guy. Let's put in Jacques. Okay, I'm going to show you how to mirror a pose or flip a pose or do this to a character, and it's built into DAZ, so you don't have to buy anything to do this. We'll put in a character, put some clothes on him, and then we will put a pose on him, and then we'll flip his pose so that it's the other way around. And there's a hidden geometry thing built into DAZ which allows you to flip the pose. Mirror, there's mirror, and there's a few other things. It's built into DAZ, and a lot of people don't know about it. It's because it's a little script that comes up. Okay, we'll zoom in on this guy here, and then we'll put some clothes on him, and that is down here. Pants. Come on. And we go to Dark Assassin Pants. And I don't know what they go to. Cancel, but okay, we're going to find something that just fits him the way it's supposed to. Elf Warrior Pants. No. Let's see if these shirt and tie pants plus shirt. I just want the pants. Victorian vampire. See if they just fit him. Okay, that's good. So these must be for Genesis 8 male. Okay, so we got some Victorian warrior pants. All right, let's put a pose on him so that something that's standing. We'll go with a standing pose. poses. And we go by. Now I'm sure that you've had a scene where you posed your character and then you decided that you wanted to flip one side with the other and have him face the other direction, kind of thing. So poses by function, standing, okay, standing. And we have a Genesis 8.1, so we got to find Genesis 8.1. We might find it easier doing this kind of thing. All right, now I'm going to do this one because it looks like it's obvious that, oh, that's the female. Genesis 8, male. Okay, well, they have the mirrors right there. Well, what happened to his pants? Maybe it's because I didn't parent them to it. Him, let's see, point at parent. Fit to Jacques. What's up with that? All right. All right, well, that didn't work. Why aren't the pants staying with him? So, all right, let's do this again. Jacques, let's find some wardrobe. Let's go into wardrobe again. Wardrobe. Let's go with swim. Let's put that on him. Jacques. Okay, I think this is going to work. Okay. Now we go and put him, and that pose didn't work for him. Okay. I don't know if I might have put the pose on the swim pants. Okay, let's see the pose. I'm not sure what I did wrong. I'm sorry. By function. All right. And we are now standing. And let's find something for him. Let's see. Here it is. Genesis 8 male. Where is this? Female. Male. Let's try this on Jacques. Okay. So now we have a pose that's apparently different on both sides. I think I'm going to move his arm out a little bit though. 0. Just looks a little bit kind of weird. So let's bend this out. And we'll twist this side to side. It's just way too contorted. Twist. Bend it out. Okay. So, and we'll twist this a little more. So he's saying, oh, that catch a wave, that surf out there is just perfect. So, okay, we do want him kind of looking over so that it... Okay, so it just looks like there are two different... And we're going to turn this leg out like this. And ahead. Bend it ahead like... so that so that we know so that each side is different. Okay, so we're going to flip now this pose so that this half is on that side and that half is on this side. Okay, so we go into control. We got to select, it's not control, it's shift Y, and this comes up, symmetry. So hopefully I can remember how to do this. Now we go selected. Okay, it's selected, and that's going to be Jacques. Propagation, recursive. I don't know what that means, but usually it works if you do that. And direction, swap left and right. And preferences. Welcome back. Welcome, Jason. We are working with the symmetry tool. Have you ever used this? We're going to, it's part of DAZ, and when you hit Shift Y, it pops up. And what we're going to do is we're going to flip this side of him to that side and that side of him to this side. Let's see if this works. Now, it does seem to have worked, except his head. Let's see, edit, undo. So it does everything. It even flipped his eyes. So let's try this again. Control Y. All right, edit, undo. Shift Y. Okay, this brings up the symmetry. Yeah, I'm going to try and mirror both sides. So trunk nodes, let's see, mirror. Let's try the mirror. Okay, leave it recursive. And we're gonna swap left and right and see if this moves his head now this time too. Up, it flipped him right around too, and it did mirror his head this time. So let's undo this. Edit, undo the symmetry, and let's now let's try this again. Shift Y. Recursive, I don't know what that means, but it works. And the swap left and right, trunk nodes, mirror across the Y-axis. I think when we do the X and Y, that's what flipped him around. Oh, across the Y-axis. Yeah, when we did the Y and Z rotation, I think that's what flipped him around. Okay, so the trunk node would be his head, I think. So let's see what happens. This should just flip him and not flip him around. It did, though. It flipped him around, but it flipped his head. So that's how you take a pose and flip them around. So yeah, and it works really well. And there you can buy scripts that will do the same thing, and you just click the script and it flips or does all kinds of things in that regard. So, but it's a way of getting your character in flipping one side with the other side. So, or just putting one side on the other. Now, another really awesome one that I use often is a script. It's a product, utilities. Now, we'll keep him here. And we're going to go into products and utilities. And it's one. Now, I think I've got it down in here as well. In the categories, I've made some categories of stuff. These are my textures, utilities. And this is one called, no, it's not here. I haven't put it here yet. So this is pose, I think it's called pose something. And it might be this. No, I'm not seeing that. Pose fusion, maybe. No, that might be. Oh, this is it. Ultimate Pose Mixer. This is it. And this is a great product, okay? It's very easy to use. And what I'm going to do first is like go up into my favorites, and I don't have it here. Oh, that's the pose converter. But this is for Genesis 9. Now, one of these is a utility. Okay, install. In the menu, okay, mixer in menu, DAS connect. I think what we want is, okay, is we want one of these that are going to put these up into the scripts. Okay, it would be in all files here, maybe. Oh, okay, this is it. What's this one? All right, well, let's try this one and see what happens. This creates its own folder up here, and I have a lot of their products. So this is for the public build, okay, but I don't see it here now. Let's now try this one. Access the scripts. I might have to close this out and come back in to make this work because they're not here. So let's save this as test, save as, scene, test, so I don't have to repose him and all that stuff and put clothes on him. No, okay, we'll call it new test. Accept. Okay, close this down. I think when I bring it back, it will be there. And this is an awesome product. When you see how awesome this is, yeah, there's also the Intel, so boost clock. All right. Yeah, I didn't understand how that works, and that's pretty interesting because Intel does have something like that, and I have every time I've seen it, I've thought of it. Let me write that down because I wouldn't mind using that. I think. See, boost. So that's that's a very good tip, Jason. Very, very, very good tip, because I would love to get my clock running at a higher higher than 3. It's supposed to go up to like 3.9 or maybe 4 something, and I just not sure how to do that. So that would be a very good thing. Now let's see if these 3 digitimes, if they put their icons up here. This is an amazing set of tools. Come on, load the scene, load the scene. Okay. Here we go. There's Jacques. We got to bring our camera back in here. No, I don't use my CPU to render. I never use it because it's yeah, I don't use my CPU to render because I found that when it comes to rendering 3D images, the CPU is like not even up to like 1%, even with all 18 cores, with like 1%. And when it comes to like doing the stuff that CPUs do, the GPU doesn't can't even the CPU is much faster than a GPU, except when it comes to floating point stuff. So okay, we're loaded in here now. Let's see if we select this. Yeah, pose mixer. Here we go. Now, what's really nice, I guess I put the documentation up here, and this does work with Genesis 8.1. Now, it's like, okay, if I want to put a pose on him, but I like the bottom part of his pose, but I don't like the top, or I like his arm or whatever, what I can do is come into here and say lock the upper body. Okay, it locks the upper body. Then, and I just did that the opposite of way I wanted to do. Unlock the upper body. Let's lock the lower body. Lock the lower body. So this part can't be changed. Now what I can do is go in and try all kinds of poses. Let's find poses for Genesis 8.1. In here, poses, anything. Poses, and we'll turn this on so that it will sort them by context. And now any of these poses will only change his upper body. Isn't that cool? So, and you can do that for hands. You can lock the whole, leave limits on. It's only going to change his upper body. So, yeah, so this is a really great product. I highly recommend this product. So it's just the way is if you get their body something just or what if you just want to change his hands and you don't like his hands because they're too, so you can go into here, the pose mixer, and like unlock lower body, and then you can go in here to lock all bones. Yeah, well, a 3070, I started out with a with a 1080 Ti. A 3070 is much nicer than a 1080 Ti. So I started out with a 1080 Ti. I did have 12 cores, but that didn't help me because I can't render with the PC. So you're doing not too bad off, Ted. You're not too bad off. So we're going to unlock the left hand and unlock the right hand. So now when we try these poses, it's only going to pose his hands. Isn't that cool? So it's a way of just where any pose you can use with your you know, just if you want to just pose his arm or something, then you can use any piece of a pose on your figure. And so we do the same thing with okay, say unlock. Now unlock all bones. And then we go here and we lock just the top, lock just the upper body. And then we can change the lower body with any pose. So only the lower body is being changed. He keeps staying in this upper body pose, but only the lower body is changing. This is really good. And sometimes you just want to, if you have a figure and you want to take, and now if I, now this is, now we go here and say lock all bones. And then we go unlock right arm, which would be, I think, this arm, but I'm not sure. Now I want to move this around. Let's see what happens when we do the active pose tool. Is this the arm I can move? No, it's this one. See, I don't want to move the rest of him. I just want to pose this and do the active pose tool with that. Yeah, I'm always unsure about turning limits off, because sometimes it can pose them in a way. At least this is the way my brain thinks of it. It can pose them in a way that the human body couldn't really pose into. So yeah, I'll think about that, because I usually do to turn the you're right. I usually leave the limits on because I'm afraid that it's going to put my character into something that is. This would be an awesome way to animate stuff. So, but the way that just switched, like moved his arm around, squirreled his arm around. So. All right. Well, that's good to know. I will try that, because I think you're right, because about that, because turning the limits off will allow it's logical in my head that it would allow the pose to kind of do what it wants with their form, and so I've just in my head there's the kind of thing like that that it might twist a certain thing too far than what the leg would really want to go. So this is all very awesome. So this is just going to now pose, okay, term limits off, okay. Okay, so we just turned the limits off. Now his hand is going in there. We go undo, and then we go into this and leave limits on. See, it did the same thing. It just put his hand right into his chest. So, but I think in practice, what you're saying, yeah, I'm not adverse to turning the limits off. It's just it's like I said, I worry that it's going to put him in a position that he couldn't physically otherwise actually go into. It's like going into the posing parameter, the right hand, like the hand, slicking the hand, and then going into here, and you can see these are all locked now, but we go into the pose mixer and unlock all, and it unlocks everything. And just going into the hand or the arm and saying bend, and going in here to parameter settings and turning the limits off, and then you can bend the arm the way it wasn't meant to bend. And so there's a part of me that says, show me this pose within my character's limits. And so it's because I'm not sure that I'm going to want that kind of thing. And I don't think the pose is going to bring them that in general into their thing. But it also, I've had times when their hand would the thumb would get thrown off, and the thumb would look like it was just kind of broken, and there was nothing I could really do. Yeah, that's very interesting, Jason. I think it's an awesome topic, and that you've brought up that because and that's why I enjoy having you here, and you and Ted and all the other people. Eve was here earlier, and Ed, and we also had Habib. Habib came in earlier today. I don't know if you were here, Ted, when Habib was here. Habib added some awesome. When you watch the beginning of this video, you'll notice Habib come in. Habib asked me this question about what was better, to remove the roof. He said, what would give you the best ambience in a room, to remove the roof and let the HDRI shine in, or take the ceiling of the room and turn it into into an emissive. And that was a really good question, and it's I feel like I gave him an excellent answer to it as well. Okay, because I think rather than taking the ceiling out of the room, you could just simply use you can take a light here, like a point light, and then you can turn the point light into, go down here and turn the point light into plane into a disc or a rectangle, and then you can, okay, let's bring the point light up. Into a rectangle, and then you can resize that with this height, the rectangle with the height and width, and we're going to go into okay, so you can turn this into you could make a mesh light and not have to use the ceiling, but you can turn this into a gigantic plane. Okay, and it's not showing before it showed. Now it's not showing it. Render emitter. What about a disk? Okay, let's go 200 and 200. Well, now it's not showing me the geometry there. Anyone know why it's not showing the geometry? Two-sided on. Well, that's not going to do it. Let's go to a cylinder. Well, it was showing it before, and now it's not. Yeah, it does. It's here, and it worked with the point light earlier today. So you see, because the point light has these things. And and I did it today. Display. Well, let's try that. Now let's try the linear one, linear point light. And let's go with, let's move it up. Y translate. And rectangle. There's something I'm doing wrong here in the... Maybe it's because of something that I've got like scene only or something. Environment options, draw dome maybe, and dome and scene. To preview instead of textured. Yeah, let's go to Iray. Yes, you're right. There it is. There's our plane. And so very good surface. So now we can go here down and we can make that disappear. So this gives you the ability to turn this into a gigantic light. And so it's just another option. But what spurred this on was where we are trying to, so we're now in this light here. We'll go back to our light, linear point light, and now we can go into this setting here and go down to our, so let's go 200 by 200. And now we have this gigantic light, and it's actually go up in here and let's move it Z. And we can rotate it a little bit on the X plane. And so it gives you a very large surface to, and you can make the light. Okay, we're going to add a plane in here. Y plane. And, oh, that's a sphere, not a plane. Hello. Sphere, plane, along the Y positive. Okay, so now we have a plane in here. And we're going to turn off our environment. We'll just say none. And go to the environment tint. Okay, we'll just draw dome off, I think. Would draw dome off, and then we can go to the environment tint and make it black. Well, that didn't work. Draw dome on. Okay, that works. So now this light is not really putting out much for. So we'll go to our linear point light again, and go down in here. So it wasn't really doing much in the scene anyway. So we go here to, let's see, 9999. Another 9 maybe. Something's wrong here. Oh, it's one-sided. Okay, so there's a, and then if you don't want it to be seen in the scene, we zoom out, then you can turn this render emitter off. With built-in preview lights, it works. All right, well, let's see now. Texture shaded mode. So now we can turn this on. It works light-wise, but okay. No, it's not showing the frame here in texture shaded mode. And if we wanted, what we would want to do, and so the thing is that this render emitter is off. Okay, so we're going to go back to Iray so we can see this and turn the render emitter on. And then what we'll do is we'll rotate this around so that it's one-sided. Y rotate, I think, is that would be 180. No, okay. I may not have done that right. Okay. So all is fine except for one thing. Is that we have a reflection of this light, and even when we turn it off, we go here to the linear point light, we have a reflection of it on the floor. So I turn the emitter off, and it's like, okay, and you know, this is just a display thing. We could turn that off too. That's not actually in the, but we can go into display and visible in viewport. I think it turns that off. Yeah. And then we unselect, but we have the light shining on the floor. Does anybody know how to fix that? Because, you know, who wants to see that reflecting on the floor? We can give this a little more power so that it illuminates more, and it's just going to show up more. Add another 9. So how do we fix this? How do we get that reflection out of the floor? I don't believe you can. There's nothing you can do to get rid of that reflection from the floor. Okay? So the only thing you could really do is move this back. Okay? Move the light back, and so that it's not in the way. But there is a workaround. There's another way to do this. So we turn... Oh, right. Okay. Well, yes, you could remove the reflection off the floor surface, but what if you need that reflection, okay? And so there's a way to fix this, okay? And it's brand new in Daz Studio, okay? It's just come out in the beta, and I think within the last update, which was like about a week ago, not even that, I believe it was added. So this is a brand new feature in Daz. So we're going to turn this linear point light off. And what we'll do is turn on, well, I guess the light in the scene didn't work. If I go to this and we go hit L, okay. So I've just turned the L light on, the control L. Just for purposes, we're going to put now a plane in the scene. Except... and the plane is on the floor, so we're going to we'll go X rotate with 90. Yeah, that's what I want, and scale it down. Okay, move the plane back, Z. Bring it up in the air a little bit. And we're going to scale it. Y scale it. It would be X scale it. Y scale it. No. Edit. Z scale. Yeah, okay. And then we'll rotate it on the X axis. Okay. So now this is a plane doing the same thing as our light was doing. And we zoom it out. We'll move it out a little bit further. Z. Y translate. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to turn this into an emissive. Just everybody knows how to do that. We go here and we go to emission color white. Okay, and then we go to Iray. It's two-sided right now. We might want it just one-sided. Okay, so let's just go one-sided and see which side we get. Okay, that's the side we want. And then we'll bring up our lumens, which are in parameters. No, I guess the lumens, this is a surface. Okay, so the lumens are here. And we'll bring them up. We'll put a 9 in front of here and see what happens. Okay, so we have the same thing, and we have the same, and if we hide it, well, the light goes away. So this is what's new, okay, in Daz. There are 2 scripts, and they may be included now with your Daz. I'm not sure, but if they're not, if you look back a couple videos that I made, you'll see something that talks about ghost lights, okay? And in the description, I give you links to these, okay? And Jay also had a video just recently about them. So you go into utilities here. This would be, no, I have them here. I created a folder, and they're in the miscellaneous stuff. And what you do is you run these 2 scripts. And this is on any mesh. This works on any mesh emissive. You can now turn a mesh emissive into a ghost light. And I'm kind of proud because I was the one who went into the forum and said, How do I turn a mesh into a ghost light? And everybody said it can't be done. And I was like, oh, darn. And then, like, a year later, NVIDIA came out with this new feature. And so you run these two scripts, select your plane, run this script, and then you run this script, and it's like nothing happened, okay? But now in your mesh, when you go to parameters here, you have two new things in your parameters, not in surfaces, in your parameters. One of them says is invisible to primary rays. And you click it off, and suddenly your mesh, well, you got to wait a moment until Iray figures it out. But you turn this off, and suddenly you have an invisible ghost light mesh. It's still putting off the light, but it's invisible. And then you go here to this new feature. This one, the second one, put this here. The first one puts this on-off button. And I think now Daz might have them. You might have them already. They might have been put out and I heard that there's a possibility that they're putting them both into one script. Why not? Why have to click on two things? But this one here, all you have to do is set this ghost light factor to anything but 1, above 1. So you go to like 2, and it takes a moment. Wait for it. And come on. Come on. Redo. There it is. Now it's a little bit visible. I think if we go to 5 maybe. It's still showing, and I'm not sure why. It's showing a little bit. It's not supposed to. Generally, it doesn't show, but it was showing a little bit there, and I'm not sure there why. It might be because I have excuse me. It's not supposed to be showing now, but generally it doesn't show, but it is showing a little bit, and I'm not sure why. Let's go ghost light, and let's go to 0.5. Let's go down below 1. Yeah, well, Jason, what's really nice about this, now at 0.5 it shows quite a bit. So we go into let's say 100 and see if that really goes away. Yeah, when you go to 100, it's really gone. So that's oh well, it's still showing a little bit in some really weird angles, and I'm not sure why. But it's gone compared to if it's at 1. That's what you get at 1, okay? So it's pretty much gone. So we go to 1 here. Now there is another thing. Now this is a really weird. Now I thought I put this, okay, ghost light factor to 2. Just anything above, I don't think it makes much difference, but it's pretty much gone from here. Now the other thing is like sunlight, and how does an HDR interact with this? What happens if you put a light behind it? Does it shine through properly? And the most amazing part of this is that your linear point light. Let's switch back to our linear point light, okay? When you go to surfaces, there's nothing here, okay? So you can't, but what's nice about this plane is that, and I wonder if that's maybe my linear point light showing there. If I delete that, okay, from here. Maybe it's the linear point light that's actually showing. And no, occasionally it shows from certain angles. It does just show in certain angles. Very, very lightly. But let's go to this plane now and go into surfaces, and you can take and go into the emission color, and you can go here to tell me my computer's going to lock up again. No, okay. I had a folder of groovy pictures. Well, let's just find one of these. Let's go. I'll use the JPEG. Yeah, something that's all right. Let's use this. And then you turn this to white. Oh, I did the wrong plane. Okay, this has got to be no, none, and black. Plane 1. Okay, this is our plane here. Now, emission, browse, and let's use this. And now it's putting out that image. So let's take this guy out of, let's just turn him off. Jacques. Okay, and let's take and enter in VDB. Where are my other VDBs? Oh, turn this off. And let's go here to props. Now let's bring this VDB in, and let's take this plane. We need some kind of other light in the scene, so I'm going to put a distant light in. Distant light. Let's put a 9 on that. Okay, and so we take, and now it's notice that suddenly this plane showed up when I put the VDB light in. It's not perfect how this works now. Let's see, the plane. So I think they're going to work on this more, but let's take this plane here and let's spin it around this way maybe. This is an invisible light here. Now it's gone because it's not showing the front. Okay, so we can now bring this down into our VDB. We don't want it to disappear. Scale it out. Okay, I've got some kind of rotation on here that I don't want. 360. Yeah, I'm a little puzzled by the PBR skin texture. I'm not smart enough, and sickle yield is amazing, amazing, amazing. I love products. In fact, I think I emailed them about. I think it was Sickle Yield who made the flushed texture that I put on faces and stuff, and I absolutely love that. So this is a ghost light now. So what we can do is take this ghost light and scale it. Let's see, 54. Which one is this one out? And X. Okay, just put this in underneath here. And then let's crank up some of the, we have this PBR. Let's go here to, I'm quite amazed by the whole PBR thing. So there's a way to colorize, and what this is doing is colorizing this in a dynamic way. So I can just take and go in and put different, any kind of image on this. And so it's not, it's you don't have to put little teeny point lights all over everywhere to get a variation of color. We bring this down low enough, just above the horizon there. And this is supposed to be invisible. And it's just, it doesn't always work. Like the, now it's invisible. No, it's because I put it down below the plane. So, plane 2. Why is it invisible and then suddenly it's not, you know? And so there's just some things to, it's not perfect, but when it is, it works really nice. And so let's see if we can bring this plane 2 down below our VDB. Looks like that VDB goes way down. No, the VDB starts at manually set the, okay, let's see. Yeah, I'm just wondering how far the VDB goes down, but let's go manually set it to 1. It's a good idea. And but how is the VDB? Yeah, okay. And now that we'll manually set our plane to -1. So it's pretty close. Now it seems as though this bottom plane has this set plane number. This plane is not supposed to show because it has that. It's been turned off. It's been set to go the factor to 2. Two-sided is off, so it's only. Oh. Maybe it's, maybe I've got it flipped around. Yeah, that's the problem. So now we go here. So let's go now to parameters. And Y rotate 1 would be 180. Minus 180. And I think that's right. Now, then we take the, okay, Z translate. Okay, let's translate. Okay, so now we just take our lumens here. Another one. Well, it's not supposed to be showing its texture. Maybe I've done something wrong again here. It could be because I have a bunch of lights in here, like these other lights. The distant light, let's turn that off. See, this is not supposed to be showing at all. It's supposed to be in ghost light mode. Let's take the distant light right out. Any other lights I have in the scene. Let's take Jacques out. Might have done something weird with him. Okay, we have only 2 planes in here. So there's no light coming from that. Okay, let's go edit. All right. Let's go out of here for a moment, out of texture shaded mode. See what I've done wrong here. Okay, that's our fog. This might have to go like minus, the Y translate -3. Let's take our main plane and bring it down further. -8. Just get it out of the way here for now. And then this plane, okay, it's got to be below. And Z. Iray. It's just not working. Okay, save this. Close this down. We're in the beta build right now, so I wonder if these work in the DAZ Studio latest build. They may have fixed things that the beta hasn't been fixed yet. So all we got to load is a file, open recent. Okay. Okay. What's different is I've loaded no, this is a JPEG that I've loaded. Oh, okay. What I've done is I've loaded this into the, maybe if I just load it into, I've loaded it onto as a, I wonder if I switch this now, plane 2, Okay, plane 1, is that the one with the scripts run on it? Yes, it is. Plane run, oh, visible and render off. Okay, that helps. Okay, now we go back to the surfaces. And I've put that surface on the emission color. And what we should also do is put it on base color. Then we turn up the emission color, and we can also put it on the luminance. And we put a 9 here, another 9. I'm wondering if I'm flipped over now again. Okay, is it something to do with the environment options where I've got like scene only kind of thing, or dome and scene, draw a dome? Oh, we got an environment map. None. Tint. We go to scene only. What have I done wrong? All right, let's take this off the luminance. Let's take this off of the base color. I know that's not it, but we had this working. All right, let's go down below here. I was thinking it'd be like brighter than anything. That didn't do it. Edit, undo. Control Z again. Okay, visible in render. There we go. That's what I did. I turned out silly. Now we go back to surfaces. We got to add these back. Base color. Browse. Add those back to that. There. And then we add this back to our emission luminance. Now it's showing up in the scene again. Which it's not supposed to be doing. Let's go out. Come back in. Oh, draw ground on could be another one too. Yes, it could, and we're down below draw ground. I think the we have the draw ground is off. Let's turn that off. That's important. Scene only. Let's go dome and scene, and then turn this Environment tint, okay. Okay, I'm in the public build. Okay, this is, yes, this is the beta where it's supposed to work. Plane. Okay, let's take this out of the surfaces. We'll take it out of luminance. None. I know that they need that it's supposed to be in these, but none will try it. No, see, that was like the perfect kind of color, and then it just turned into this big bright white thing now. Let's bring the lumens down. The emission color is white. Two-sided off. All right, let's try a different image. It just could be something weird with that image. Deep space purple, emission color, browse. No, that would be already there here. And we go here to our and then we take our temperature. It's not like showing, it's not putting the color on, it's not even making the VDB any color. Okay, I might have corrupted this plane. Because I found that when you scale a plane, I have the second plane underneath it just to kind of be there, like as to be like a floor or like a landscape or something. I found that when you use scale on a plane, that you're not supposed to use scale, because when you scale a plane, it tries to scale the plane on, the thickness plane, and sometimes that corrupts a plane. I don't know if this is true, but let's accept this plane here. And which one is which now? Yeah, have you ever run into that problem? And so when you scale a plane, you're only supposed to scale it manually. Okay, I need a light in here, so we'll go out of Iray. Okay, let's see what these planes are doing here. Plane 1 and plane 2, they just happen to both be the same size. So I guess it does this plane, okay. So we're going to go to scale. I'm going to scale it this way. and scale it this way. Okay, so as long as you don't scale it, and if you do accidentally scale it along the wrong axis, undo it and it will still be fine. I'm not sure that this is the problem, but now let's run our two scripts. One script there, one script here. I don't know that it matters which order you run them in, but now we'll look and see. I'm fasting today, so I haven't eaten anything, so I'm a little croupy. Okay, so now we turn this off, turn the ghost factor to 2, go to our surface. Now let's make sure I haven't done anything weird with my environment options. Draw dome, it's all looks like it's kind of normal, except I've taken the environment map out, and the tone mapper is enabled and nothing's been changed. Okay, so we go back to plane. Okay, this is we'll say this is our emissive plane. Okay, and now we go to the emissive plane. We add an image. Let's just add it first to our emission color. Browse. Shouldn't matter which one I use. Let's use that again. I don't think that should have a problem. 9. Okay. I don't see anything here, but let's now go to and I didn't try to render this. Maybe it sometimes has a trouble and shows up in Iray, but it doesn't in the render. Okay, emission color, white. And we don't have a camera in the scene. I think it'd be kind of, all right. I think my computer just maybe crashed. I don't know. Okay. Now, this, you're not supposed to be able to see this. Okay, so let's create a camera. Copy perspective. Let's look at it through the camera. No, this isn't working. And that's what I did. I went into this here, gave that the ghost factor light of 2. Let's see now. Let's go to, oh, this is the one. I keep clicking the wrong one. Invisible. All right. Now, we go here to, not the temperature, the luminance. 99. Now we might have the wrong, this is two-sided, so it should be, if it, let's put a VDB into the scene. These are my favorite VDBs of all of them. Let's put a, let's put this one in. Now we don't have any light. Why? Let's try flipping this over just for a moment. No. surface. Sometimes I cause myself to weep. Here we go. Temperature. Just a lot of nines here. No, okay, there's something in... Let's try scene only and see if I've got something that I'm doing here with dome and scene. Let's see, scene only. No. Dome and scene. Draw dome off. Okay, now make sure that I'm not down below. We're in Iray, so when I look down below the scene, I don't see anything. What if we do a quick render? Let's do this the right way here. Front. Come up a little bit. Render. Let's take a look at this in a render. No, I don't see anything. All right, let's just take the image out. Surfaces. Plane. Okay, that's not a very high luminance. Okay, it's a light. It should be just lower. Okay, visible and render. Why does that keep getting shut off? Okay. We have some light now. This is just user malfunctions. Okay, but what is not right is that we're seeing our now. Is that because, okay, this is our small plane. Have I done any kind of changes to this one? Smooth. No, this doesn't have any of those characters because I haven't added them in. I haven't run the script on that plane. Now this plane, we go into here. Oh, this is it right here. Okay. Now that's the right. Okay. That should have disappeared. Okay. Oh, it's double-sided. Surfaces. So we have to turn the double-sided off because it's pushing down at it. Two-sided. Now which side is lit? Okay, when I put it up like this, which side's lit? The back side. Okay, so it was backwards. Bring this down like that. Go up here. This is complicated. And then we go here to rotate, Y rotate 0. And 180, 180. Okay. Did I just do that again? Okay, no, edit, undo. Okay, I believe that's pointing up. But suddenly it's like visible again. Surfaces. We go back to parameters. I think it's just turning things on and off. Okay, this is strange. Yeah, see, it seems as though that's what it is. That's what it looks like here, that I'm shining it down. But when I bring it like this, it's supposed to be... Okay, now it's disappeared. Now we should be able to turn this on, surface, and give it some juice. I'm sorry that I'm such a novice at this. Okay. Now, and this is two-sided light is off. But what it looks like, it's still maybe it's just because it's shining around the edges and it's so close that it's shining, spilling out onto the edge. So if we what if we turn this other plane 2 off for just a moment? Okay, it looks like this is invisible now, so it's because the edges are so close to the other that it's spilling over. Yes, it is. It's beautiful. So and the plane is invisible. So now we can take this and add an image to it. There we go. See, everything is so black that I don't really trust that that it's invisible. All right, so we go into the environment options. Let's put some kind of environment here, just so that they'll be far away. But browse. Let's put some kind of HDR in this. And why isn't this showing dome and scene? Because we got the tint. Okay, so it is invisible. the map. Let's see, what do we, let's go 6. No, we go to 1. We go to 1. That'll turn that down a little bit. Okay. Now, this is lighting the scene a little bit, but it's invisible now. And I find that it's best to take this and do it dual-sided and bring this up like this and put it in the middle of the VDB and then right within it. And now let's scale it, but not with the let's go and see if we can see this here. I never can get these right. I think now I'm in the minus. Okay, forget that. Scale, this is along the X axis. And the Z. No, that's rotate. Edit, undo. What we don't want to do is scale it along the Y. Okay, now we can go back into Iray. Let's go an X. And then we can go here and make it two-sided. Okay, now here's where we take and add the image to our base color. Oh, that's the wrong one. Of course, it'd be the one called background. And then we go here and put this into the luminance background. And then when I crank up the luminance, it doesn't white right out. It gives us a little bit more color intensity. Let's go to 5. Now let's set this background. We know it's invisible. Let's see what happens. Where is this in regard to? It's like, why are there two planes here? Oh, that's our, okay. So we're within the X scale, Z scale. I can't tell which way is going what. Now we go here. Okay, I guess that's good enough. And X. And then we go here now to Iray. And let's now switch our environment options back off. None. Put this to black. There we go. Now we have a colorized VDB. And it looks like we've added like lights into it. But because you know, it's like putting little point lights in a VDB. I'm lazy and I don't want to do it. So you can take any image. This would be something to save this template and say, oh, the next time I need a colorized VDB, here we go. And now we go to surfaces and we go back to this plane. I think it's a little bit too bright. So, you know, it depends on what you're looking for, but let's go to like a 2. Or maybe just there. There we go. Something subtle. Let's move into this. Let's get up close to it. Let's let this will take a while to render. So now I've noticed that every image has a different every JPEG has a different response to these VDBs. You get one that you think is going to be just amazing. Let's go to Google and looks up how would we find really colorful images. Color, let's just look up color and images. There'll be something here. Color swirls. Okay, here we go. So these are all licensed. We want to. Is there a free? More. Open in a new tab. Save as. Where is this? Save as. It's probably a web one. No? Okay, so we're going to go to the desktop. Desktop. Anytime now. Desktop. New folder. Color. Swirls. Color swirls. And let's go here now to find a few more. So what you want to do is you really want to get yourself in a lot of these and have a nice folder full of them. So as you can see, I am a VDB nut. I absolutely love these VDBs. Save image as. Nice. That's a nice one. It's only partial, but if you edit it, you could take whatever part you want with it. This one's licensable. Okay, this one, Pixabay, that's good. Pixabay is free. I have a let me log in. Come on. Anytime now, Pixabay. All right, well, this is enough. Let's see, Pixabay is not going to let me log in. What's up? Get one more here. Okay, that's good. That gives us a few. You're going to see that they all do very different things. They're not all conducive to what you're looking for. Browse. Okay, now let's go to my desktop. Desktop. And here are the color swirls. Let's go with this one. It looks kind of bright. Base color. Emission color. Browse. Oh, I don't have to do that. It's right here. Well, it's not. Okay, it's in here. Okay, rainbow. And rainbow. Look at that. Wow. It looks like clown hair. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a render of this. This is the prettiest one that I've ever done. Okay. So let's, why have we got a big chunk of it over here? Okay, let's do this from, and then there's none here. It might be just the nature of the VDB. That is really beautiful. Okay, colorizing VDBs is what this is about, people. Let's get a kind. We have to have an angle. All right, that looks like it's worth. There's no color in the center. Why? Was there just like nothing in the center of this image? Yeah, it's black in the middle. Isn't that weird? Well, it's what's going to happen if you. So you could just put another another invisible mesh right in the middle. So we're going to do this. We're going to render this now. We're at 2000. Let's see what it looks like when it really renders up. It's going to, look at this. This is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And you know, we wouldn't be able to get, if I filled this with all kinds of little point lights and all, I wouldn't be able to get this effect. This is a really blendy effect. This is really an amazing effect. So we are now going on 8 hours that I have sat here and done this tutorial today. I'm not complaining. I love doing this, so we're I think everybody just said, I've got to try this. So they've all got it's like so it looks like we still have people here, but when it says concurrent viewers, it says 1. So I'm pretty sure Angus is here. So, but I don't want to take that for granted. No, that's the what's very nice is that Angus is usually here. So we got 6 likes today, and we had some big wigs come in, Jason and Ted, and not sure, excuse me, where Ed is today. So, and then we had Habib. We had Eve come in, which was really, really, really nice. And let's see. And Eve was D. Dubovsky. And Habib was the first to come in today. Habib was here a good long time. And so, yes, I'm sorry. I went over this all before, this invisible VDBs, but now I'm doing it again. So the thing is that you can make the VDB invisible so you can't see the light source, but you can't make the light something impervious. So if I put a plane down underneath this, the VDB that's pointing down, because this is a two-sided, is going to just obliterate the surface of like the ground or some plane or something. And as our as Jason said, you can change the shine and make it absorb the light, especially if it's black, and so that it won't. But if you're working in a scene and you want to say make a magic puff like this, and but you're outside in the wizard and it's just the ground with all the grass and all this stuff, this light that's pointing down is going to blow the light of the ground right out of proportion. So you have to kind of you have to just do it as best you can. But before, the only way you could get color like this before was to put these big lights behind your camera and have them shine these colors down into your scene. And you had to put like a stained glass window, and then you had to shine a light that has a very long light on it, so that it would travel all the way to the VDB. And you had to get them right. You couldn't put them right behind your camera because you had to get them just right in the scene so that they would point down but not be visible by the camera. Oh, it was really difficult. Now you can put these lights right in. Yes, I do have Discord, Jason. I wouldn't mind. I don't know how to use it. So if you keep coming in, I have a Discord account, and I also have the ability to bring other people into the discussion, because I have this Rode. I have a Rode broadcaster here. See, can you see that? That's a Rodecaster. And so that allows me to broadcast, and so I could have a Discord channel and be bringing people in. You could also call me, and I can have callers. My phone can hook to the broadcast so I'm like set up for broadcast. So you could call me, and then I could link my phone into this through Bluetooth into here, and pipe you into the live broadcast. So these are all things. I'm about ready to quit for today, but if you come back, Jason, I would love to have you have, and the thing is that if we go the Discord route, then we could have Ted come in, we could have Angus come in, we could have all kinds of people coming into the Discord, and we could all be conversing together about certain things. And we're going to do all kinds of fun stuff. This needed to render a lot longer. So what I'll do is I'll close this down. I'm going to use this maybe as an image for one of our I believe on Discord I am Rex Red, okay? REXRED, okay? So join my Discord, and I'm not saying that to, as a trying to promote anything like that. As you well know, I would love to have you if I know you're just like me, where I hate to have to type out something that's complicated. And so I have no problem with this. So I would like to, it's all new to me, and I want everybody to be nice to each other, and so. And I will do the moderating and make sure that everybody does stay nice, because this is all about sharing information, putting stuff on the internet, building up a group of people, having people come together and work together. And not only that, Jason, we could have you, if you have the ability, dash name numbers. Let me open up my Discord. I don't use Discord much, and so I need to learn how to use it and how to set this up. But I have two computers. I have this computer, and then my other computer is an AMD 7. Let's see. So Discord app. Okay, I'm going to go into the render settings here and set the progressive. We're going to set that to maximum. And I was just thinking that you could connect to me through and share your screen, and I could put you. My computer's so fast; they're so fast that I could put a screen of you working and showing things also from your computer screen through OBS, and having OBS share your screen. So there's some possibilities here, some real fun possibilities. So we're going to go here now to Discord and close this down. Now I am Rex Red. I have the Rex Red name on Discord, so I am Rex Red. That sounds fun. So I am Rex Red, and when you see my icon on Discord, it's a little kitty cat with a piece of paper in front with these buck teeth, kind of. So that's me on Discord. Discord member since November 9th, 2020. And let's see. Right click, properties, user settings, and account. So I don't see my, let's go back out of here. Somewhere here, there must be a way to find my number. Yeah, see, I am Rex Red. You should be able to just find me. I think my name doesn't have any kind of numbers or anything. I'm just Rex Red. Capital R and small e and small x. Capital R, small e, small d. You should be able to find me that way. Search. No, it's not showing Rex Red. Let's see. Stream remote is enabled. Stay safe. Okay. What happens when I go full screen here? No, see, there's no number after my name. Okay, okay, add, it says, okay, add a me. Okay, I get it. I knew, sorry, okay. HDRI. It's really far away. ANA # 0605 0605. And let me try to see if I can MATRIAN MATRI. Okay, I want to make sure. Okay, add friend. B. I knew it was. Friend request failed. Didn't work. Double check the capitalization, spelling. So okay, it's really far away. 06 MATRIANA # 0605. Oh, it's got to be. Oh, you got to have. Okay, add me. So there's okay, A. Let's try that. Okay. That's weird. Okay, was sent. I sent you an invitation. Okay, now that I'm thinking of it, this would just be another stream that would come into OBS. So I have to think about which. Okay, I would want you to come into my main computer so there wasn't any kind of lag. Excuse me again. So, all right, all right, now we are now friends. Discord member. Now I should just show up as Rex Red. Okay. Now, Okay, so we should be able to, we can wave. Hello. And yeah, see, all what we would have to do is connect through a mic or something, and I have a very complicated sound system, but I'm pretty good at running it. So okay, my number is 8622. So anybody else anybody else who wants to, let's see. Yeah, let's see, 862 Discord. Is dollar sign pound sign 8622. Okay, so we're gonna now I would have to say I believe this is called, what it's called is a Discord server. So I would have to create a Discord server, and then everybody could come in, join the Discord server. And Angus, I can help you set you up. You have a microphone, and you'd be able to talk and be part of the whole thing. And if anybody gets out of line, I'll sick Angus on them, and Angus will set everybody straight. So, Rex Red number 8622. Let's see. I'm on 8622. All right, Discord Rex Red pound sign 8622. Okay, very good. So, all right, we'll do that. Atomy, I will start up a server so that we can so you can be part of the live. You can chat back and forth and be part of this live broadcast. And you are certainly worth it. You have the equipment. You have the years and years of experience. You're exactly what we need involved in this. And so that is going to be a very, very good thing. So I'm going to go back to this DAZ studio and see how the render is going. Okay, I haven't started the render yet. So it's ready. We're ready to start a render. I'm going to render this at 10,000 because that's what I do. And we're going to save this as new test, the new test. That is beautiful. What I could do is take this plane and copy it a few times and just move it around a little bit to add some more color into it, but I think this is fine. I think the little black hole, gray black hole in the middle is kind of nice. So, or maybe I could do something like with a point light. And where's the point light? Bring it up. And let's make the point light red. Excuse me again. Red. Okay, and then we go here to well, that's a little bit too strong. Yeah, see, I have a feeling that these little pillars go much higher. No, they do, but the color isn't going into them as much. So we go take this EM plane and just bring it up a little more. And we can color the whole thing here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Now the linear point light. Do it somewhere in the middle here. Okay. We go like this. And we take the color, the lumens down. Lumens down a little bit to that's a beautiful image. I love that. I love that whole painting thing they do. Okay, edit. That's still too high. And over here, we'll make this one blue. Okay, instead of these point lights, I think I'm going to try my other thing is just copy this plane, edit, duplicate it. And let's just move this one. Can't see what I'm doing here, but let's move this one up here like that. And that pretty much does it, I think. Puts color throughout the whole thing. Let's rotate it a little bit. Let's rotate it around like so it's not the exact same colors. Wow. There we go. Okay. Edit, duplicate. I'm not sure how much. Okay. Let's bring this one up a little bit. Okay, and I think I've got some point lights in here. We're going to get rid of these little point lights there. Kind of redundant. Save this. I guess that's good enough. Oh, we'll take this last one and rotate it again. Rotate this one this way. There we go. That filled in the colors. Okay, this I think is the staging area where you put your figure, and it's supposed to be kind of like, I'm not sure, this this works. Okay, let's save this and let's do a render. Okay. We're ready. Render. Okay. So, sometime, probably tomorrow, because I've been working a lot, I'm going to probably want to go and eat something because I'm fasting today, and so I'm going to go eat now. And then tomorrow, and then I'm going to want to lay back and watch some detective show or something. I like detective shows. And so tomorrow at Adame, we will. I whenever you're not busy, I will keep Discord. I will keep Discord on, and if you want, you can post. You can if you can try and maybe post some directions into Discord at your leisure about how to set up a Discord server. I probably have one already, but I just don't know it because I believe I tried to set one up at some point. I probably have a Discord server. So at this point, we will, if you could post the directions on how to start a server, then I will create one, and we can go from there. Okay, I mean, you don't have to do that this minute, or you can do that at your leisure if you don't mind. And so just put some information in on just even if you just link me to a web page that explains it, that would be fine too. You don't have to write it out yourself. You could just and I probably could find it from Googling. Okay, there's a 30 to 40 second delay between my YouTube and yeah, I think it might be less than that. But yes, there is a delay between that, and so that is going to figure in on what's happening and on what you see live on the. Because I think our audio may actually be more direct, and what you're seeing on your end in the live stream may actually be I think it's okay, like if I it's like okay, like I'm holding a finger up now. I don't know exactly how long that takes. And so there's things we can test out. Having somebody else involved in this is really very helpful too. So we are now, do we have some color here? Yes, look at that. This is rendering it at 10,000 pixels. So we're going to have this massive, massive, and I'm going to let this render till it gets to maybe 2,000 or 3,000 iterations. And so here, 2,000 is usually my sweet spot for iterations. But when it comes to VDBs, sometimes even 3,000 and 4,000 isn't bad. And we're only up to iteration 15. And you know that's a pretty big scene when it takes 4 minutes to get 15 iterations. So yeah, very good. So back to Discord again. I just counted it. It's 30 seconds, but yes, we can definitely. Okay, 30 seconds. All right, wow, that's a long time. That's a long delay. Now, I might be able to lessen that a little bit by coming down a tiny bit on. I mean, I get a constant. I'm right now at 8,000, roughly 8,000 kilobits per second. And see, I don't like to broadcast at, like 24. My streams can't be. I don't like them to be that grainy and all. So I have to have them at 8,000 is pretty much the lowest that I can go. And I think I'm not sure. Let me go here and see exactly what my bit rate is. Output, yeah, 8,000 kilobits per second at 1920 by 1080. So that's about the lowest I like to go, and YouTube complains about it. But it's good for gaming because when I move around in the scene, I don't get this big blurry thing that looks like, So it's 8,000 is the lowest that I like to go. So, all right, we can have some fun with this. This is like going to be a really fun thing, and we'll get your audio into the stream and see how that works. I have no idea what it's going to be like having a 30-second delay where I'm doing something and you say, 30 seconds later, oh, no. I don't know what that's going to be like. So just never experienced it before. So other than people typing back and chatting, which I don't really notice it as much. So we'll see. All right, this is going to do it for me. New friendships and new learning experiences, and this is so awesome. I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. So I will be back again. Take care, and thanks for watching. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for putting likes on the video. Leave any comments in the video, anything you'd like to see, any subjects you'd like us to go into depth with. Even if it's something you know how to do, we can go over it again and seed it into our minds so that when we need to use these things, we can use them, and we'll be able to use them fluently and become masters at this craft. So again, thank you very much, very, very much, Jason and Ted and Ed and Habib, and we didn't see John tonight. So and Angus, of course, you are the backbone of this whole endeavor. So you all take care. And Eve was here today. So Eve, if you probably know Eve from the galleries. She's done some nice stuff in the gallery. If you see any of my stuff in the gallery, please give it a like. As you well know, I'm trying to build up a following of really smart DAS people, and we got to get them in here. And as you can see, it's all about you guys. All right, it's about you guys. It's about us all getting together and working together to teach. Okay, that's what my thing is about. None of this is scripted. Okay, I don't sit down. I do come up with some sort of plan and say, well, I'll talk about this, or I'll create this scene. And sometimes I'm just working on a scene and I don't want to do it alone. So that's what this is all about, is doing stuff with all you people and us all having fun and teaching each other and rubbing shoulders and having a good time. That's what this is about. I will see you in the next video. And again, thank you for watching. Thanks for chatting and helping me with this. I learned stuff myself today. I learned some killer stuff. Habib gave me some really good tips about about the point lights and taking the point light and being, I think it might have been Eve, I'm not sure. They came in and gave me some tips on the point light, on hiding and making the point light have the, I knew I could do that with a point light, but I wasn't sure how to hide it, and I wasn't sure how to resize that thing in the middle. So that's very good. Watch the beginning of this tutorial, okay? And you will learn about hard and soft shadows and what is the main. I watched a tutorial and somebody said you move the lights back and you move them forward and that makes a hard and soft shadow. No, it doesn't. Okay? It's not moving the light back or forward. It's how big the light is. Okay? If the light is a point, you're going to get a hard shadow. If the light is this big, gigantic, flat plane, you'll get a soft shadow. That's how you do it. That's how it, but you can watch all that stuff in the beginning. Okay, click the left part, click the plus sign, and okay. And creating a community standards policy, etc. Okay, we will talk. This is exciting. This is exciting. I got a Discord guru, and this is so awesome. I have wanted to add Discord into everything because I also do gaming, and I also work with Cakewalk. I don't know if you know what Cakewalk is, Jason, but Cakewalk is really cool music creation software, creating chatting channels, creating channels for people, and I'm pretty good with OBS Studio, so I can have a lot of the Discord stuff show up in the when people type stuff in the chat and pop up and all that fun stuff. This is going to be fun. Discord is really fun when you're streaming, and I don't know anything about that, and so you are going to be if you're willing to walk me through it, this would be very fun for me. So I've wanted to use Discord. This is really old name I used for an online. I remember EVE Online. It was it's a space game. Oh yeah, I'm a gamer. I think all of us DAS people are gamers because we love 3D anything. So I think all of us DAS people. So, I don't put on airs because I know that there are people out there that are just like me who love to do the same things that I love to do. So that's what this is all about. So I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV broadcast. We are now, and okay, and it's funny that I'm showing our chat here. I didn't even think of it, but yes. So our Discord chat. Very good. We will chat, Jason. Thank you very much for your help and for inspiring me to cross this Discord hurdle. So I hope to see you. Now I have I have two channels that you might be interested in. The other one is CBB. That's in C as in cat. I'll type it into the into your chat, and it will go on. CBBTV that's the cakewalk. That's a music. And I know much more about music creation than I do about Daz. I mean, like, much more. I've been doing that part all of my life. So if you want to be able to create music and put it into your broadcast and into your workflow, you want to get to my CBB TV channel, and there's that. And then there's also my gaming channel is Rex Red Gamer. Okay. Okay. And those are and that's the CBB. Bye. CBB stands for Cakewalk by BandLab, okay? And Cakewalk is free, just like Daz, okay? So you can go and get Cakewalk by BandLab. In my opinion, it's the... All right, I am really not... I have to do a lot. We have to talk about all this because I'm not ready to start. Like maybe in an hour after I eat. So maybe after an hour or so, I'm going to come in and possibly maybe I won't watch my detective shows or whatever tonight, but I will come in and start working with Discord and learning Discord. So all these things you can post as much as you want in, because I'm going to keep this Discord chat open. So just brainstorm and put as much information as you'd like to in here, and I will do some research and plug your pieces of information into what I learn. Okay, so Cakewalk by BandLab is free, and you can go and just install it. It will install. It won't mess up your computer. You install it. Go to just search for Cakewalk by BandLab, and it will say it's free. And then install it, and it will. And in my opinion, it is the very best music authoring software in the world. It's like It's like Photoshop for images. Cakewalk is for making music. Now, there are people that might disagree with me, but I will disagree with them, okay? And I've been using Cakewalk since Cakewalk for MS-DOS. I've been using Cakewalk since before Windows. That's how long I've been using Cakewalk. Now, I've been using Daz Studio for about 10 years, well, since it came out. But I've been using it heavy duty for 5 years and going on 6 years. But Cakewalk, I've been using that since MS-DOS. So, and I mean heavily. I have probably 1,000 songs that I've made in Cakewalk. So, I know my music channel is really awesome. So, I'll be incorporating Discord also into the Cakewalk stuff. Once I kind of figure it out and get it going, I'll be using it in the Cakewalk, and I'll be using it in my gaming, and using it in the in this broadcast. If you are kind enough to help me to figure out how to do it, Jason. Take care. Have a wonderful evening. I'll be back to Discord in a little bit. If you're watching this broadcast, people, join Discord, okay? Join my Discord, sign up, and be a part of when this all goes live. Take care, and I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV broadcast. There's got to be another see me or something later. I don't know. All right, so see me at EZ3DTV. So, all right, bye-bye. Take care. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Ted and Ed and Angus. Say goodbye to Angus. Angus. Sigmund. Bye, Angus. Oh, that was nice, Sigmund. All right. Oh, and Hector wants to say bye. Bye. Oh, that was nice, Hector. So, take care. Rex Red.